Hello, this is Dimitri with UGears US, UKids LLC. We're going to be doing today a heavy boy truck VM-03 by UGears. This is one of the models from the model series. I have done the other ones like Dream Cabrio, Roadster, Bike. You should see them on my YouTube channel, and this is another one. And just haven't had a chance to get to it, and finally here I am. So let's go ahead and start by opening it. I already removed the plastic from the outside. And so as always, we have some boards in here. There's a bunch of rubber bands, toothpicks. I'm gonna put these on the side right away. Or actually probably on the other side, just to be on the safe side so they don't mix them up. I do have a candle wax on here. I do have my regular tea candle wax. This is just little in a tin cup wax. Sandpaper. I also do have my little precision file for the hard to reach places, or where it's easier to just use that instead of the sandpaper. And obviously the only tool that is needed outside of what comes inside the box is the X-Acto knife. So let's go ahead and open up the boards. There's a manual that's shrink wrapped together with the boards, so we're gonna put the boards on the side. There's 8 of them here, so it's gonna be a pretty extensive build. So be ready to be with me for at least, I'd say probably about 6 hours or so. So as far as the manual, here's some information here about the guys who designed it, which you can throw yourself. I don't need to read it out loud. And then let's start with the manual. So just a regular warnings here. Do not light up the candle. Do not use your finger to push the toothpick through because you will hurt yourself. Candle wax, when you see that icon, so we're going through the legend right here. When you see that icon, that means you need to use the candle wax. Exclamation mark means you need to pay attention to that specific instruction, because if you make it wrong, you're not going to be able to proceed. When you see 2 gears with some arrows on there, that means that it's a mechanical mechanism and it needs to operate, and everything has to move in easy. Symmetry, obviously symmetrical piece once you assemble it, or symmetrical sub-assembly. Mirror means needs to be a mirror of each other. Obviously when you see a little sandpaper, you use the sandpaper. It doesn't have to be 150. I think it's 30 comes here, so or you can use precision file or whatever. And then obviously when you see the knife or X-Acto knife cutting the toothpick, that's exactly what you need to do. So either a toothpick or sometimes parts out of the board if they're too fragile. Also, if you see a little symbol add plus next to it, it means it's a spare part, spare component. So if you broke one, that's just an additional one. Otherwise, if you break any components, just you can replace it through me if you place the order directly on UGears.us website. I'll send it to you at no charge. If you place the order elsewhere, then there's $3.50 charge if you would like me to ship it from my warehouse. Otherwise, I can still order it for free from Ukraine, but it will take about 3 to 4 weeks for you to receive it. A little bit of rubber band, so you need to, when you see that, you need to make a loop, and that's a specific size of the loop. So just make a knot. There is a separate video you can look up on YouTube under my channel, how to make a knot, if you have any questions. And then multiple videos. Obviously I'm going to be going through it as we hit it in the instructions. I'll try to cover the first one. This ruler is to scale. Usually whatever they have in the manual, if they show you the instructions, it's also to scale. So you can see on here, and when you make it, they specify the length, or it has to be close to it. It doesn't have to be exactly on the dot. So it's assumed that you might have some tolerance, plus or minus a little bit on there. Also, we do have a little helping tool, and it is on board number 1, all the way on the bottom there. And that helping tool also has a scale on it, a little ruler, which is 2 scale, and you can use that to make your measurements. So that's going to be the first thing I'm going to be pushing out of the board, and let's start the assembly. First step, page 4. We're going with part number 1 and part number 2. Part number 2 is located on the left hand side here. Just push it out. Once again, pushing the parts from the front, that's where you see the numbering, towards the back where the numbering is reversed. That way you eliminate of pulling the boards off the part, not boards but the fibers. Then okay, so next one we need part number 1. Then 1 toothpick cut in half. And then these are just regular toothpicks. They're available at any grocery store. So just if you run out, that's what you can use. If these are occasionally, obviously this might be a manufacturer defect on the toothpicks. Once again, you can use the regular ones out of your little cabinet, kitchen cabinet. Alrighty, so take part number 2. We cut the toothpick to size number 2 in step 2. We call it Z2. And then we take part number 1, insert it on the shorter side with the round hole on there, and then push the little toothpick through the hole on part number 2 to get that part secured on that, to get one secured on part number 2. So that one's a little hard to get it in. Other options that they used to do before is that you insert the toothpick and then you cut it. I guess it's deemed easier to pre-cut it and then push it through. I use the tool to push it through so I don't hurt my fingers. There's a little wobble on there, so that should be okay. And now step 4, we need part number 4, which is also on board number 1. And that would be in the top, actually, sorry, part number 3. That's going to be on the left, right next to part number 2. So push it out, playing it back and forth. We need another toothpick size 2. And then that goes, there's 2 holes on one side, 1 hole on the other. So that goes into that 1 hole that is on one side. So push it all the way in until it's flush. Is it? Or does it need to be sitting? No, halfway. So it's should sit symmetrical. And then part number 1 again, top right corner. On the other side, push it in. Push the part number 3 through that part number 1, all the way in. And now you have 2 little sub-assemblies there. Next step is 6. We need part number 4, just top right corner, right next to the ones that we had. And then we need 20 rubber bands. Now, rubber bands, let's see, okay. All right, so count off 20 rubber bands. 1, or we can count them off as we go along. Some of them are, as you can see, with the defect, so you want to throw that one out. You don't want to use that one at all. So you have the shorter piece on one side, and we need 20. So 2 of them needs to go into 2 slots next to each other. So you insert 2. 1 and 2. So we'll do, I'm not sure which way it's better to do, but go 1, and then we go 2. So I'm a little bit stretching the toothpick, pushing them through the holes. As you can see, there's two rubber bands into two holes adjacent to each other. And then these rubber bands, they're going to go through part number 4. There's a little slot, so I think you would want that slot face away from the little sub-assembly. So you push the toothpick through it, or toothpick rubber bands, I apologize. And then you got the other sub-assembly on the other side, and you want to put it in the same holes that are on the shorter piece. And so I'm going to do the toothpicks, one on the bottom, one on the top. Probably easier to do it one at a time. And you might have a question if you need all of them. I'd say yes, you do need all of them, because you're probably not going to have enough force if you don't do all the recommended or all the rubber bands that are required for that model, all 20. So just like that, then you got, that's the first step, and we need to continue up until we get all the holes or all 20 rubber bands on there. So there's going to be 4 rubber bands per each hole. And as I said, if any sequence you want to do that, it should work. So I got 4 in. Yay, progress. And we're just going to keep on going all around. It's going to take some time, so I am going to be quiet for a little bit. I don't know what to fill that blank space with, or feels like it's I'm gonna assemble this and gonna have enough for today. Just gonna continue next day. So that would be 6. Yay. And I'm just moving in one direction. Once again, remember there's 2 rubber bands for each set of holes. For each tab, I guess, and there's going to be 4 rubber bands per set of holes. I apologize. Incorrect statement there. There's a lot of looping there. Just gonna redo that rubber band. All right, we got quite a few to go. I got a little more left, so getting to the end there, so bear with me a little bit more, and with my silence, and just, I have no idea what to talk about. Besides that, I'm putting the rubber bands in, and hopefully you can see everything. And as you can see, I'm stretching the rubber bands a little bit and sliding them into the holes. So I got only 4 left. And as I slide it, I go onto the opposite end. So the sequence is pretty much every hole has to have technically 4 rubber bands, right? And let me maybe do a close-up to iterate it. So I put two rubber bands here. That's 1 in here, so I'm putting a second one in the same holes. I kind of hold one side and then slide it into there, so there's 2 rubber bands in between 2 holes. And then I push that rubber band onto the other side through part number 4 and put it in the same set of holes on the opposite connection. Kind of pull it down a little bit, and that's what it is. So, and then I got 2 more left to fill in the last 2 holes, or the last tab that is still open. So again, push it through 4 and put it on the same set of tabs on the opposite end. Pull it through, and then 1 more rubber band push it through 4, and we're going to be done with that step in a second. Make sure you're in the same tab, the one that only has 1 rubber band, and pull it through, and that's what we get. So that's the picture right here at the end of step number 6. That it's the way it's supposed to look like. And let me see if you guys can see it nice and clear. Here you go. All right, so moving on to step number 7, we need a toothpick cut to size 3. Once again, you put it into the helping tool and you slice it off with a knife, and we need 4 of those. So guess I'm gonna need another toothpick for that. Careful, because when you slice it, it flies all over the place. I'm in a room by myself, so, and it's my work room. It's not a problem, but if you have kids running around or somebody next to you in the room, might want to hold both pieces so it doesn't get somebody in the eye. So here we need step number 1. We need part number 5, which is on the top right here. So you might notice that some parts are slightly different colors. So UGears does quality control, and sometimes if the part has some kind of defect, they'll pull it out and put a new one in. So that's usually might be coming from a different batch of wood. So there's like a little slot. You want to face it forward as shown on step 1 there, and put the 4 toothpicks. Actually, we need 5. I miscounted. Into the 5 holes that are here, and make sure they're flush with the other end. So one more, number 3. And I use the tool just to make sure they're all the way inserted all the way to the table and flush with the other surface. And we need to wax the gears. So waxing is essential to the model because there's a lot of moving components on there. If you miss something, that might affect the operation. So as you see, I'm waxing the gears. Also, I need to wax the gears on that gear number 4 that is in over the rubber bands. So now we push that towards the shorter side with a shorter piece rubber bands. Make sure all of the rubber bands, there's nothing sticking out there. And then we insert that one with the teeth, and teeth should face, if you look at that gear in front of you, I mean it's in the back with a shorter piece, so the gear should face clockwise direction. Also, there's like a little dash here, so these 2 dashes need to match up. And so you insert the toothpicks into the gear number 4. And then obviously there's a little tabs on part number 1, which gonna go into that gear. Let's see, and you need to push it through, so the toothpick's gonna be sticking out from gear number 4. Now, as you can see now, that little piece and the rubber bands are getting locked in between the 2 parts, and then I'm gonna push the toothpick. If they came out a little bit, I'm gonna push them back in. And we're done with step number 3. So once again, don't forget these teeth need to face clockwise direction. Next step is we need part number 6 and part number 7. So these are on the top right corner of the same board. And I'm gonna use the tool. So I pre-punch them and then pull them out. So part number 6, once again, they're gonna go over the rubber bands again. There is a little dash, and that part number 6 should match that dash. So you put it over the toothpicks. Make sure they don't protrude from the other side, and if they do, just use the tool to push them back in to hold that part in place. And then the next one is part number 7. That's gonna go on the other side, the other 3 toothpicks. Make sure those dashes match, because if they don't, once again, they're probably essential, because you do have a little exclamation point on there, and that's what we need to pay attention to. So once again, make sure none of the rubber bands get sandwiched in between. My toothpick's pulled out a little bit, so I'm gonna squeeze them back in, just like that. So, and we're done with step number 4. Next one is step number 5. We need part number 8, which is going to be about a middle on the right here of the center line. And that one just goes over the little sub-assembly here. Push it in, and then you need to push it far enough. There's a hole, second hole. So we need to insert a little toothpick in there that is cut to size number 2. So just go ahead and cut one toothpick to size number 2, and we insert it into that hole to make sure that part number 8 doesn't come out. So, and kind of like symmetrical, so it's holds it on both sides. All right, we're done with page number 5, moving to page number 6. And that whole sub-assembly that we just created goes into part number 9, which is also on board number 1 and the top left corner here. So it's a long, big piece. So when you pull it out, make sure you don't break anything. And there's some pieces inside of here. So you want to push those from the opposite end, because you do want the fibers to stay on those pieces. You consider them as parts. So this is an additional part number 11, add plus next to it. There's some additional part number 21. So those are just all spare components, and you can put them on the side. There's a couple other, 39 and 34 are not, but 15 is an additional spare part. So do that. And then let's see. So we need to flip that upside down, so the hole is towards you, the bigger hole, the circular hole is closer to you, the bigger hole is away. And then we need to use the sandpaper around this hole, sand it around, just to get this nice smooth surface finish. And then we insert that little sub-assembly that we just created from the bottom. So that hole, let's see, we don't need to wax it or anything, but just to be on the safe side, I'll put a little bit wax on part number 8. Just because it's inside the hole, it's gonna have some movement, so just my personal preference, probably not need to, but just in case. Next, I'm gonna put it aside. Step 2, we need part number 10 and 6 number 11s. So part number 11s are right here in the top center. They're tiny little pieces, and then part number 10 is to the right, halfway between the middle and the top of the board number 1. So these little tiny pieces, they're all separate little bearings, and they're meant to fall apart. Right? Push them all out. Now each one, you wanna, there's a little connection point on there, so you wanna send that connection point. And I'd say you want to apply a little bit of a wax to each and single one of them. Although, once again, it's not specified, but because there's a lot of moving components, and this is a bearing, you need some lubricant for the bearing. So just check all the connection points and wax, send them off. And as I said, I would apply a little bit of a wax on that cylindrical portion of it, on the outside of the cylinder. So I'm looking in a step ahead. We do need the little toothpick size 2, and we do need part 12 to lock that whole assembly in place. So I want to pull those out first, or pre-cut the toothpick. I'll put a little bit of a wax on the surface here too. Take the toothpick, size number 2. then we need part number 12, which is right below part number 10, halfway between, on the right hand side, between middle and top. So I want to sand that part also, just at least on one side, the one that's going to be closer to the bearings. And I'm going to put a little bit of wax on it. Now back to the assembly. So we put the part number 10 over that assembly, and then insert the little bearings inside there. They're gonna go only one way in. If you're gonna try to do it perpendicular, they're not gonna work. So they're gonna go in there only in the direction of the movement. And then the part number 12 with the waxed part down goes in there, and I'm pushing it from the rubber band side just to get the toothpick in. And once again symmetrical, so it doesn't fall apart. So now it should have free rotation in there, and now we complete the step number 4. Next step is number 5. We need 2 parts number 17. They're in the top left corner of board number 1. And they go from underneath the board into these 2 holes. There's on the same side as the rubber bands. So insert them here. The little tougher and smaller, so I'm gonna use the helping tool just to push them all the way in as far as they can go to the next surface. And then moving to the step number 6, we need 2 rubber bands, one at 6 millimeters and one at the 8 millimeter. So the rubber band, you take a rubber band and loop it around your finger, and one end push through the loop that you created with your finger, and then you have a little nut. So now you can adjust that nut to the length that you need. So here we do need about 6 millimeters, and then you start tying it. As you tie it, you can still move it forward and back a little bit with your fingers, just to keep it in about the same length as you need the rubber band to be. So this is going to be a little over 6, but once again, as I mentioned before, it doesn't matter much. And then on the other side, I'm going to do 8 millimeter one, which are surprisingly too close to each other, so I'm not sure why would they distinguish in between those. So same thing, it's just you move the rubber band or not, and mine is about 9 millimeters. So I'm gonna slice off on the longer ends. So this is my 8 and my 6. So I'm going to keep my 6 on the left, my 8 on the right, just to distinguish them. And then those are going to go into little tabs right here at the ends. So rubber bands on top with the knots facing towards the bottom. The 8's going to go through this opening here, and the 6's going to go on the end here. So just hold them by one finger, pull on them, and it snaps right in. And same thing here. Just need to push that rubber band through the hole, kind of split it a little bit, so it's going to go in 2 holes, and put it onto the tab. So both of these ends are on the bottom here. Moving on to page number 7, we need part number 13, which is about a middle, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side here. This is somewhat fragile part per my experience, because I do get a lot of requests to get it replaced, so just be careful pulling it out. And then part number 14, top right corner, so there's like only a few parts left there. And that one goes with the longer end through the hole. Make sure that the long tab facing you, hole is on the right. So then you push it from the top, and then you push it as far as it can go. As you can see, I'm holding the part next to the hole so I don't break it. And then we do need 2 parts at number 15 just to lock on both sides of that little part. So 15s are on the right hand side, almost in halfway between middle and top. So get 2 of them, and then we insert it on both sides of that part number 14. All right, so there's like a little slots, cutouts on part number 15. Those cutouts should be on the same side as the dark portion of the part that you're putting it on. So that way it's a little directionality. And then obviously we need their cylindrical parts, so you want to wax them. They're probably going to go into some hole. And, well, not probably, but as we can see in the next picture, they are going into the hole that is in the middle in between the 2 rubber bands that we just put in. So just like this. And we do need a little bit of sanding, as it shows here. For some reason in this part right here. But I'll sand everywhere and right around the hole too. Make sure you don't sand out the rubber bands too much. Alrighty. And then that little rubber band on the left hand side, the 6mm, that one we put it through the slot on the left hand side. So we'll pull it up, and then kind of one piece over, one is under, through that hole. I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna put it through, just like that, and put it back on. And then our next step, and put it back in. And our next step, we're done with number 5. Next step is number 6. We need part number 16, which is right below where 13 was. And then once again, same scenario as with the other one. 2 part numbers 15. I can pull the whole block out. And part number 14. Part number 14 is for the same location as the other one. And same thing, make sure that tab is actually facing the other direction now, but closer to you. Number 14 goes in the hole from that side with the longer piece down. Once again, need to a little bit hold that piece. Number 16 right around the hole, that way you don't break it. And then once again, 115 goes from the bottom. Then 115 goes on the top. Wax them. And we're moving on to the page number 8, step number 1. All right, that piece gonna go and with the tab towards you onto the hole on the right to lock that bigger piece in, and then we need the rubber band to go from the bottom here. So you need to pull it up just like that, and it needs to go into these 2 tabs. And I'm gonna do that first. Make sure it snaps in there. So put the previous assembly if it fell out into here, and then this one gonna go into the hole to the right, and then kind of like fits into the little cutout here of the other assembly. That's what shows picture number 2. And step number 3, we need the part number 18, which is on about center middle to the right of the center line slightly. So that one goes from the bottom. Make sure these two parts don't fall out. They really shouldn't if you're careful. And it goes into that long slot here and towards our sub-assemblies. Push it in as far as it can go. And then part number 19, which is right next to it on the board. With the hole facing up, we insert it on the opposite end. I'm not sure how to best do it. So what I'm gonna try to do is insert our helping tool in between. Yep. Kind of level them on one side. I'm gonna try to put some wax on here on part number 19 so I can get it into the hole across from the part number 18 that we just did. You can kind of start it on one end there, and I'm gonna insert the helping tool, kind of pushing it in, work it in, and then as I insert the tool, push it all the way as far as I can push it. So now it sets in there. And then we need gear number 20, which is right below the middle on the right hand side here. It has a little 5 on it. You want to wax it on the outside. All the gears. And then you want to use the toothpick and push the toothpick through 3 holes that are created here. So through part number 19, 20, and 18. Right, so it comes out on the other side. I'm gonna use, well, I used one of the toothpicks that I had, and I'm gonna use my little helping tool to push it so that I don't hurt myself. And let's see, it has to be, we need to cut it on both sides, so I can push it all the way in because I have one end is already pre-cut. So I'm gonna push it all the way in, and I'm gonna cut it off on the other side. Once again, pre-cut, snap it off, it should be good to go. And you might want to just clean up the remains there. So now my gear's inside and it's spinning. So it should be good. That's complete step number 6. We're moving on to page number 9. And there we have step number 1. We need 2 part. Let's see, 25 now right in the middle to the right of the center line, and 25 is going to be on both sides. You need 21. 21 is on the left hand side in the middle here. We just need 2 of them for now. Part number 24 and 23. 24 is going to be on the right side, below the middle. And it's going to go on the left, and then 23 is going to go on the right, and then part 22 in between, which is to the right of those, right below the middle, just like that. That one's symmetrical, so it doesn't matter, but there's part number 7 and number 6 for the gears. So we want to insert those on 7 on one side as far as it can go, then 21, then 6 on the other side. So 6 and 7, they're facing each other. Then 5 to lock it up on the other side. Clean off extra material there. I'm gonna wax part number 5. Wax part number 5, and while I'm at it, I'm gonna wax the both gears 6 and 7. And then put 25, let's see, onto these two. Now let's see. Looks like 7 is going to be away, so 6 engaging with gear number 5. So we're going to take our sub-assembly, and there's our number the other way around. So that's our number 5, so we want the number 6. Six, that's on the number on inside there, engaging with 5. That's based on the following pictures. At least that doesn't look like. And then those should go like all the way in, so the hole pops out on the other side. So we're gonna kind of squeeze them simultaneously through the board until they pop out on the other side. So the gears are interacting now. They all waxed, and now these 2 holes, we need to put 2 little toothpicks that are cut to size 2. Where's my helping tool? Lost it there for a second. Size number 2. And we push it through those little 2 holes of part number 25. Let's see, make sure that they don't stick out to interfere with the gears. So just stick out on one side. I always look a little bit ahead, so maybe like a step or 2 or something, just to make sure. So once again, toothpicks, and then the next step, number 4, is just to make sure they don't stick out and interfere with the gears. So we're done with that. Next, we need part number 26, which is like right below 24 on the right hand side of board number 1. And then part number 21, one more. So I'm gonna wax number 5, or 21, sorry. It's gonna be inside the 26. So 26 gonna go into that opening right here, the T one. Push it in, all the way in, and then 21 goes inside there. Oop, on the other side. Now I need to push it out because I put it in on the wrong side. Flip it up, upside down, and reinsert it. All the way, and then put back the 21. Now part number 22. 7, which is on the right hand side below the middle, halfway between the middle and the bottom. Wax it up. And then it goes in here. Moving on to page number 10, we need part number 28, and 28 is on the right hand side, right below the middle here, all the way on the right. So it's symmetrical, so we want to put a little bit of wax here. So the picture is slightly different. It shows 3 slots here, it's only 1 slot, but in either case you put it through part number, the little gear that we just pulled out, number 27. So we might want to take it out and put it in, and then we put it through part number 16 or 21, sorry, that is sticking in there. Just make sure you line it up. I'm gonna try to do it until it gets into number 21, so it's not going to fall out anywhere, and then make sure it's still rotational. All right, then from that end we also put 2 parts number 29, and they are top right corner here, the only 2 parts left in that corner. We're gonna put them through the little rectangular holes on the right and left hand side of that part that we just assembled. So now it has to go all the way in. Push it in. Turn the sub-assembly upside down, or the other way. Then we need a pre-cut toothpick to oh no, not yet. We didn't get to that part yet. We will pre-cut the toothpick in a second. We need 2 parts number 30, which are below, halfway between middle and the bottom on the board number 1. We're still on the same board. So 2 number 30s. And then these go, pull it upside down again. They're gonna go on the left hand side here with the little tabs facing towards you. So in 2 holes, just like this. Should go right in. Pretty easy. All right, now we turn it upside down. And now we cut the toothpick to 2 Z's and to size 2. 2 to 2 size 2. And then 1 to size 3. Alrighty. So the size 2 goes through the 2 little part number 29 2 holes. And then 3 size goes through the 2 holes of part number 30. All the way in, so it's gonna hold both parts together. Now we need a little tiny rubber band to 6 millimeter size. Tiny little loop. Good. that goes with the knot facing up, same side, and through that little hole here onto the tab, just like that. Next step 7, we need size 2 toothpick. And part number 31. Part number 31 is going to be bottom right. We need to wax a little triangle end here. Make sure that sharp point facing to the right, and then that toothpick size 2 goes into that bottom hole that we have here, all the way down flush with the bottom. Moving on to the page number 11, and that turn the sub-assembly upside down again, turning it back and forth all the time, and it goes in between these parts number 30 with a sharp point facing up. Alrighty, and then we need the rubber band that we just inserted, pulled up. Oop. Do it again. So rubber band back in, get it onto the tab. I'm gonna hold it, and then as I push it in over the part and into that little slot, so make sure it slides. And let's see, so the toothpick is sticking out here, and we need another toothpick with the size 3. So I'm just reusing the toothpicks I started using, and that goes through these top holes here, sub-assemblies, kind of liking that in place, and flush on both sides. So that's a little lever here, creates a little lever for us. All right, so that's step number 2. Step number 3, we need toothpicks sliced in half. And we need part number 32, which is on the bottom right here, getting to the bottom, but the little halfway between middle and top. And then let's see, with the longer side, kind of wavy side towards right, we insert the toothpicks with the sharp ends up into the 2 holes, flush with the bottom. And then we need to, let's see, turn it upside down as you insert it, so that wavy thing still to the right. And let's see, with the rubber bands towards you, we insert it into these slots right here, just like that. So kind of like the corner, one corner is on the left side, and then the little two wavy thing towards the right. So it's going to be moving like this inside the opening. So that's step number 4. Okay, next step number 5 is create 5 toothpicks, size 14 millimeters. So we just take the toothpick, grab the X-Acto knife because it's on the side. Alrighty, so I'm just gonna chop off the sharp end. I'm probably gonna need a few toothpicks, so you can use, well, I wouldn't use the paper because you're probably gonna cut it through. So there is a little marking on the helping tool, so you can use that to get the toothpick cut. And let's see, flew off the screen. Here's the second one. I'd say it was too short anyway, so just flew off completely off the table. 3, 4, and the last one, 5. All right, then next step, we need, let's see, step number 6, we need part number 35 and 36. So, and it's gonna be 4 times. So all the 35, I see 35, 35, 35, all 4 of them are on the bottom center of the board number 1. Thirty-six are a little panel here inside number 41. So just push it out, and we need 4 of them. So both of them have the little mark on there, both 35 and 36. So those marks, just to mark it that they are the parts that you need. 1 set. And let's see, so we push the toothpick through both parts. I guess the marking wouldn't matter too right now because it's a cylindrical piece. And I'm using my helping tool just to push it all the way down to the surface. And 36 a little bit out, then line it up with the hole in number 35. And then use the tool to push it all the way down so it's flat on with the other surface, flush. And let's see, actually no, not flush. It looks like it needs to be symmetrical. So we push it through, and it needs to stick out on the other side as much as on the other side. So symmetry is only on the toothpick. So about the same distance on both sides, on the front and back end. Doesn't have to be perfect, but close enough. So I'm just pushing toothpicks a little bit out, so they're sticking out about the same distance on both sides. That's the symmetry that they're referring to in step number 6 under the 4 times little icon there. And of course, all these parts, we do need to apply a little bit of a wax. Or not parts, but gears. All right, and then step number 7 is we need parts number 33 and 34. Let's see, 33 is the bottom left, and 34, it was in a big piece right here. We pulled it out a little bit earlier, so it should be sitting on your side. There's also part number 39 that we're probably gonna get to later, so just make sure you don't lose it. And same thing, symmetry for the toothpick, length sticking out on both sides, and then once again a little bit of a wax on the gear. Once again, the wax is needed for lubrication because this is plywood or wood and creates a lot of friction. So moving on to page number 12, step number 1. So we go to our big assembly that we had. Let's see, we're turning it upside down, so the rubber band's sticking up here. And then hold this down, we're insert all the parts. So I guess there's all the ones with the 1 mark, they go into the 4 holes right here, 4 lowest hole with the cylinder one, like with a little cylinder part number 36 down towards the surface. So I would probably right around those holes just put a little bit of a wax. For the rotation, smoother rotation. So this gear is gonna interlock with the gears that we installed earlier, and then the rear one here gonna interlock with 2, and then the larger one, same thing with the cylinder down, is gonna go in a hole right here, top left. Make sure it interlocks with the gear of the rubber band drive and with the gear that is right below, and it's sitting kind of like flush to the surface. And then we need parts number 37, 38. So part number 37 is going to be, let's see, that's a little cylinder that's going to be in the center right here. It says number 2 on it. Within the part number 41. So you pull that larger cylinder out, and then inside that larger, where it says 2, that's the little cylinder that you need. And you put it onto the toothpick that is the top left corner here, sticking out the sharp point. Just push it all the way down, and then part number 38, it's bottom right of the board number 1 that we put on top there. I would actually wax it first. Well, it does show to wax it. So apply the wax to the gear. And insert it on that toothpick. And then on the one that is left, we put part number 39, which was on the little next to 34. And part number 40 over the top, and 40 is to the left of the center line, closer to the edge. Remove all the burrs. And once again, wax it up before putting it over the toothpick. All right, so it's going to interlock with the larger one, and it's going to interlock with the one in the center here, just like that. So we're done with the toothpicks, or actually interlock now, but you be able to remove it. I mean, move it when you move these toothpicks. You'll be able to move it to one side or the other side. Okay, so that completes our step number 1 on page number 12. Okay, step number 2. Let's see, we need board number, so I'm gonna put these on the side right now. We need board number 41, or part number 41, that's on board number 1. Right here, that large piece. Then we need parts number 42, 3 of them. They should be right around there somewhere, right here. To the left of it, like a little bit below middle. So there's 3 parts number 42. Using my tool to push these out. And these guys go into these 3 holes at the top left of the part, so make sure the holes are on the top left. So flip it up if it's not, and then push the parts through. And then as we push them through, we use one toothpick, flip it upside down, and push the toothpick through. There's 3 holes there. Once you get it to the little thicker parts, we just cut off the toothpicks at both ends. So I usually pre-cut it and then just snap it off. All right, next thing we need to, that bottom surface, sand the whole thing. And we put it over, let's see, with these things sticking up. We push it through the rubber band motor, and align all the parts, and lock it up, I guess. Okay, so we need to line up all the gears there. Make sure the toothpicks line up. These little cylinders, they need to go into the holes. Looks like all the toothpicks that I need are sticking out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They all through, not sticking out on any of the parts. These 2 sharp ones are sticking out. Looks like all the gears are engaged. These 2 are in the slots, and then these 2 cylinders, so everything is snapped pretty much the way it's supposed to be. Then we need to let's see, sand around here a little bit, around these 2 toothpicks. And let's see, we need to make sure that this piece is rotating. All right, there's motion, so the motor needs to move too. All right, so there's mechanical motion. Make sure you work it in. So these 2 toothpicks can move along the way. This whole sub-assembly is going to rotate the engine, as you can see. All the gears are moving, so make sure they are all operating, and it doesn't require too much force, so you need to work it in a little bit. Like in the beginning it was a little bit rough, and now it's moving back and forth. Okay, so we're done with step number 5 on page number 12. Moving on to the next page. Let me clean it up a little bit. I got too much. The candle wax here is sitting on here, so I just want to push it over to the side so it's not interfering with my assembly. All right, and we are on page number 13. Step number 1, we need part number 45 on the bottom right of board number 1. Now with the hook facing to the right, we need one toothpick at the size 2. Okay, so that goes into the hole that is closest to you. All the way to the other surface. And then that goes over the 2 toothpicks that are sticking out here. So there's 2 holes in the same direction. And just put it over here. And push it all the way in. Maybe not too tight, but close to the surface. And then let's see, we keep the toothpicks for now. And the step number 3, we need parts number 46, 3 of them. They're all on board number 2, top left corner here. And then one part number 47. That's the long one, also in the same corner. So the 47 is gonna go into the bottom hole here, and with the longer piece sticking up, push it in. And then 46 is gonna go into the one hole here, 2 and 3. So make sure you put it in the same direction as shown on the picture. So if they don't go too easy, you can put a little bit of wax on them. That should help to push them through, or just a couple strikes of sandpaper, and that also will help out to get it in. So the 2 sharp toothpicks will pre-cut and snap off. Need a little, clean it up a little bit here. Sticking out too much. All right. And let's see, that was our step number 4. We also cut these 2, and then we have one toothpick cut in half, and one piece stick right in the center hole here that is left. I'm not sure if it's all the way through the end, probably not, just up until the next surface. So just a little bit so it doesn't protrude on the other side for now. Step number 5, we need parts number 43 and 44. They're on the bottom right of board number 1. 43 is that long piece, and then 44 is get gear shifter, looks like a gear shifter. And let's see, with the holes towards you, little angle on the right hand side, we do need 2 size 3 toothpicks. Size 3. That's our step number 5. So with 2 middle holes, we put those in, and then we push it in with the tool to get it flush with the surface on the other end. And part number 44, with the gear shifter kind of slanting towards the back, we'll put it into the 3 holes right here. And then 2 size 2 toothpicks. We put them from the bottom onto the same assembly. flush with the surface, and we need to sand a little bit these two toothpicks and sand the surface next. Let's see, along this line. Okay, now we insert that with the shifter towards the back. We insert it into these holes here. Okay, moving on to the page number 14. I'm gonna put it on the side. Let's see, we need a rubber band loop, 13 millimeters. Tie it up, remove the excess, put it on the side right now. Let's see, we need toothpick to size 2. We need parts number 54. Which should be on the bottom right of the board number 1, and part number 55, which is the last part on that board. Actually, no, there's 121 left. I'm gonna put that out and I can get rid of the board. Let me see, nothing else is left on here, so this is garbage now. All right, and we need to wax part number 54, these little teeth here. So apply a little bit of a wax here. All right, where's the toothpick goes? So a little slot on the right side, the hole that is on the top of part number 55. We put a little toothpick from the top. And then rubber band goes with the nut facing up into that slot. All right, so, and that goes, pull the assembly back. That goes with the middle hole over that long toothpick. And then part number 54 goes over these two toothpicks. With the teeth facing to the left and that hole towards the back. Put over these two toothpicks. And then the little slot here goes over the little toothpick on that part. So let's see, need to feed it in just like that. And then the rubber band of that little part goes over part number, what is it, 46. Just wrap it around here, just like that. All right, put it on the side for now. Step number 3, we need parts number 48, 49, and 50. All of those are on board number 2. So the big piece right here, 50, top left corner of the board. Part number 53 fall out, so I'm gonna put it on the side here for now. I need to remember that's what it is. 48 all the way to the left corner, and then 49 is right next to it, a little bit to the right. All right, so with the long piece away from you, the smaller side on the right, 49 is gonna go into the hole right here. That is almost like at the center. And then 48 with the longer piece goes to the hole that is all the way on the left on the bottom there. All the way in. Part number 51 and 52. 51 is right here, that longer big rectangular piece, and 52 is right above it. So these go onto the little tabs here with the nice outline towards the top. And then make sure you squeeze it all the way flush, so that little piece sticking out here, part of the 48, and then that's where the 52 goes, and it's symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which way, it just goes on top. Next step, number 5, is part number 53. That's the one that just fell out, and we need one toothpick cut to size 2. So and that toothpick goes into the, let's see what hole. There is a D and R. So there's only one hole, that's the one in the center. So make sure D and R facing towards the top. Put the toothpick through, and then it goes into the part number 50 right there, lining it up. Okay, now that goes over the sub-assembly, larger sub-assembly, with a long toothpick going through this hole right here, and then everything else should be lining up. Line up the tabs. Toothpicks. Make sure everything is flush. Hold the board here. A couple of my parts snapped out of the make sure everything is lined back up. Make sure still some movement there. We're in the neutral. All right. So now everything is snapped. So this should go forward and back. Make sure you hold it by the bottom, not the top, because they might break. And I have it in facing the wrong direction. So I'm gonna, let's see if I can fix it. No, actually no, I have it the right direction, so I don't need to. Then make sure, as I said, it's just moving back and forth, engaging and disengaging the gears. got it locked up. Got a big toothpick sticking out somewhere. Just checking all the operations. There's a toothpick somewhere, so I need to see where I possibly having it locked up. Alrighty, so let's check these sub-assemblies again. Apply a little bit. Sanding. A little bit of a wax here too. Just going back a little bit on the. So I mean, I think there's like that toothpicks that is sticking out here, so that's the one that might be preventing. So I'm gonna send it flush, and then this one too, just in case. Okay, so now we're gonna go back and reinstall everything the way it's supposed to be. I will put a little bit of a wax here too. Right, so it goes in here. Part number 54. A little bit more wax on the teeth just to be sure that's not what it's preventing it from moving back and forth. Okay, it's a little smoother now operation. And then part 55 here over the rubber band. Get me 46 out. It is crucial that these parts are operating now, because if they don't, that means there's something wrong inside that assembly and it will not work when you get it closer. So alrighty, and reinstall everything again. forgot to put the rubber band in, so I'm just gonna go ahead and grab it now. To wrap it on 46. All right, one more try. Okay, now it goes back and forth much smoother. All right, so I guess this were those toothpicks, the one that were sticking out. All right, now it's moving back and forth, very easy. And we cut off that toothpick that is sticking out here. And it will also sand it flush, just to make sure. And we're done with page number 14, step 7. Moving on to the next page, that is number 15. Move that on the side for right now a little bit. Parts number 64 and 63. So they're on the right hand side here, right in the middle. They just snap together with a little tab. Make sure it's fully seated. Then part number 65, which is right above it on the right hand side. And these guys go into the 65 with all the drawing facing towards the center. Goes right in here. And that left hole here, and then the other sub-assembly goes right around the engine. There's 2 slots. Make sure you don't bite into any of the rubber bands and line up with the holes. Rubber bands are still free, so we're good to go. Just like that. We're done with step number 2. Step number 3, move that to this side. We need parts number 56, which is top right corner here. 458s, 157, and 121. So 21 we had here. The one that I pulled from board number 1. Here we go. Numbers 57 is right at the center here. And then 58 is right below it, right at the center top. Okay, number 56, there's some parts inside of it, so I'm gonna pull that out. This spare parts. I'm gonna put them on the side, and then with the tabs facing away from you, the rectangular or square hole on the right hand side, and the 458s go into the 2 holes right in the middle, to the right of the middle, and then all the way on the left. Then part 58, we want to put wax around it. It's a cylindrical part, and probably something's gonna rotate on it. So, and then 57 through it, and it's gonna go in the hole right in the middle, almost closest to you. Push it all the way in, make sure it's flush with the surface here, and at the same time it's sticking out on the opposite end. Make sure all the parts 58 are sitting all the way in. And then we need the rubber band size 12 millimeters. Tie it up. And that goes right into these two slots with the nut facing up. And then part number 59, which is on the top right side here, that goes with a hole towards the rubber band over that part number 21. I would probably, not probably, but for sure, at least a little bit of a sanding right around it, and followed by wax. Done with page number 15, moving to the page number 16. So now here we put that part back in there. That would be part number 59. So now the struggle question here a lot of people had, or quite a few, how to put the rubber band. So here it is. We push it through that hole of part number 59. So probably the easiest way is just to take that part out, flip it upside down, kind of push that nut through it. So you grab it on it, then you flip the part back, bring that rubber band around it on the bottom or top, through the top, hold on. And then it needs to go back onto this little, so actually bring it, guess maybe easier, just bring it from the bottom, put that part back on there, and bring the rubber band back through that hole and snap it onto the same tab, just like this. You might want to have the knot to be on the upper side rather than on the bottom here, because it may interfere with something, just like that. And then put that part back on. So like I just pretty much wrapped the rubber band inside that, through the hole around that tab, and right back onto the part number 21. So as you can see, the rubber band goes through the hole, back into the same tab, and the part number 59 goes onto part number 21. Just that picture shows that rubber band needs to wrap twice around that tab, and pretty much goes through in between this flat part and 59. Hopefully it makes sense to everyone and everyone was able to see it. I can cover it one more time, and I'll just do that just to be sure. So I'm gonna remove the rubber band from the part. Try to bring it closer to the camera so you guys can see what I did. All right. So we have the part here with the rubber band through the tabs. So it's coming out of these two tabs. That's my part number 59 here. Pretty much the same way as it needs to go through. I push that little tiny hole, rubber band through that hole. And then I get a rubber band split in two, kind of push it on the side a little bit so my knot is on the side, and then I bring that, holding the port 59, I bring that rubber band back through the same hole towards the bottom, pull it, yeah, let me grab it. So I pull it through here and bring it over the same tab. So now that part is held up by the rubber band, and then I just lift it up a little bit and snap it back into the place. So now it has a little spring motion here. It's probably going to be held up with a different part on the top. So if you have any questions about it, just send me email or comment it down below the video. So we're done with step number 3. Next step is we need parts number 60 and 61. They're right in the middle here at the center, a little bit above the middle on board number 2. And then we need toothpicks, 4 little ones cut to size, let's see, 2. Two, 3, and 4. Can probably retire the rest of the toothpick. And these, all right, so we need to wax outside of 61. And we need to wax outside of part number 60. So our part number 61 is going to go on the bottom here on the flat surface, and then 60 goes on top over it with the teeth facing to the clockwise direction. So you just line up the holes, and then we push the toothpicks through. Completely through, flush with the surface here. Then into part 61. Once again, 61 is on the back, 60 is on the front, and the teeth are facing clockwise direction. Push all the toothpicks in. A little bit of a sanding here on both sides, just to make sure that the toothpicks are not sticking out. And then that goes part number 62, which is in the middle here on the left. Take out that center circle here with the part number 68 additional. And then with the hole in the top left side, we insert that sub-assembly into that hole that we just cleared up. And we lock it up with the little sub-assembly that we just created. Turn it upside down with that brown hole on the left hand side. We need to push that little sub-assembly out, or not a sub-assembly, but make sure that little part number 59 is set against the gear here, not overlapping. and then you can lock it up all the way down, just like that. So the gear, that little 59 is visible through the hole here. And then we're done with step number 5, moving on to the step number 6. That goes turning it upside down. The hole is away from you, and we push that little sub gear assembly. Gonna go through there, but it goes on top of that assembly. So there's a hole here and this hole. Make sure it sits all the way down. Then we can push the little engine sub-assembly through this hole when needed. We're done with the page number 16. Moving on to the page number 17, we need 4 gears, number 66 and 167. They're all on board number 2. Bottom left corner, 366. 67 has UGears and little rotational layers on there, and 66, another one on the right hand side here. So we need to lift that sub-assembly, make sure there's like a little tabs that need to go inside the part number 61. And as you line it up, that you'll be able to see it. So make sure the rubber bands are straight for now. Line it up and just hold it with your finger. Let's see if we will be able to manage it, because we do need part number 68 to lock it up. I had, well, it's in the middle here of top, a little bit above the middle at the center line of the board number 2. So I pushed it out. As I'm holding it down, I'm gonna do parts number 66. It's a little tough. I'm gonna get as many as I can first. All 4. Then 67. Once again, line up. Make sure that little part, I'm gonna take it off right now, sits in the tabs. Hold it. There you go. Hold it with your finger down, and then insert parts number 66, all 4 of them. 67 on top, and then lock it up with the part number 68. That should go right through that hole in the middle as you're holding it, and then you can release it, and it's gonna pop it up a little bit and hold the assembly together. All right, so done with that step number 2. Step number 3 are parts number 69, 71, 72, and 70. So they're all on the bottom left here. So 69, let's see, 71, 70, 71 on the right here of board number 2, and 72 on the left. So now part number 69, (72), 71, and 70. Making one seat. And then that's A. just checking if I put the 70. Looks identical to me. $69 and $70 looks very same. Oh no, there's a little slot, so I did put it on the wrong side. So 70 has a little step on here. So I'm gonna use that 69 and just put 69 on here and make it a B. So this is going to be our B subassembly, and then 69, 71, and 72, our A subassembly. So 70's got a little step here or cutout. So that has to go on the right hand side. Squeeze it together, and that's our A. So A is gonna go on the left of the subassembly. And B is gonna go on the right. All the way in. All right, so we're done with step number 5. Step number 6, we need part number 73, which is on board number 2, below the middle here on the right of the center line. And then toothpick with the size 2. That little toothpick goes into the hole, bottom hole here, with both holes on the right hand side. My right. Push it in, and then part number 74 for step number 7. It's right next to it, a little below the middle, right at the center. These 2 holes, let's see, lining up just like that, and that's gonna go in between here. We're moving on to the page number 18, and we need half of the toothpick, or I have the little left that I just was cutting out. So we push the let's see, toothpick through the first hole, and part number 74 into the second hole, part number 73, and then all the way through. I'm gonna use the helping tool a little bit just to get it in. So it's up to here, and then we can cut it off on the both sides, or I can push it all the way in just like that until it's flush, and then cut it off on this side, or pre-cut, and then snap it off. So these 2 are here, and then we need to wax a little bit that surface, front surface of part number 73. And then the little step here at the front. But I think we waxed it before because I see some wax on there. Next will be the engine assembly. And here we got, we're still on page number 18, step number 2. need part number 78, which is located on board number 3, top left corner. One of the fragile parts, so careful pulling it out, pushing it out. And then we need parts number 79, 80, and 81. So the 81s are right here. We need 6 times that. So 81's right in the middle, right at the center line, a little bit above the middle. So you can kind of push them out. So we got 6 of the number 81s. We need 79 and 70 and 80. They're right here on the left. So I'm gonna push the whole block out. And then 80s are the ones that are on inside and 79s on the outside. So push them all out and separate them. And we also will need holders, which are part number 82. 6 of them are right here, top left, to the left of the center line, almost at the top. So these are holders. They're gonna hold these sub-assemblies together. And now we need a little bit of a wax on the round proportion of 81. It shows that we do need a little bit on a 79, but instead of that we can put it on 78, because they're gonna rotate since it's gonna be pistons. Actually, let's see if I can fit it on inside. Nope. So in between here, so I'm just waxing the corners where it's going to be interlocking. All right, so with these longer pieces, although it doesn't matter, 79 is on the bottom. 78 is through the top. Push it in. Just like that. So it locks up, and it's rotational right around that camshaft. Then we take part number 81, slide it through the side into the hole, and we lock it with number 82 to make sure it doesn't fall out. So that's all 82 is doing, is just holding it in place so it doesn't go anywhere until further step in the assembly. And we just keep on going. So next one, push it through, 80 from the top. Make sure they line up. Apply a little bit of a pressure and snap it together until it's fully seated. Just like that. I'm gonna continue with these little parts first. Six of them. Oh, okay. So maybe it's a good idea to wax where you insert these little parts number 80. So on the inside of 79, just a little bit of a wax. It's not for the rotation, but when you insert the 80, so it slides in smoother. Make sure they're also properly lined up. Not sticking out anywhere. And the last one. All in place. Now need insert number 82 in all of them. All right, so make sure that like the longer pieces, there's one closest to you is on the left, and then that's gonna give us the top of the sub-assembly, and then we insert one by one. So the part number 82, as I mentioned before, it only serves one purpose, is to hold the pieces in place until further steps in this assembly. The reason why I know that is because I've assembled a Roadster and it's the same principle, so we're using it again. It's the same assembly technique. Two more. And the last one. All right, so that completes step number 3. Moving on to the step number 4. 1 second, I'm gonna put in the charger just to make sure we don't die out. And let's see, continue to step number 4. We need Z3. I'm gonna put that on the side. Toothpick size 3. One. We need 4 of them. Two. 3 and 4. And parts number 75, 76, and 77. All of them are on board number 2. Bottom right here. So 75 to the right, 76, and then 77 on top. And these toothpicks go through all of them, so I'm gonna put it into the bottom one. 75. Then when 76 goes over, and 77 on top. Okay, now once again with the longer piece on the left facing you, we insert all these little pistons into the holes. Just like that. And I'm gonna hold it down, then two parts number 21. And those are on a, let's see, board number 3. Two of them right here, a little below the middle, like halfway between the middle and the bottom, on the right, to the right of that center line. And if on board number 3, and if you had on board number 1, there is 2 spare ones, so you can use those instead if you can't find these, but eventually you will. So, and these go on the ends, so we put a little bit of wax on them, and they go on the end of the shaft, on each end. One side and then the other side. And then part numbers 83, they're top a little bit to the right of the center line there. All 6 of them, they go over the pistons. So we need to send them. Just to give them a little smooth surface, because they're going to be moving up and down. So, and just all around. Just give it like a little bit of a sanding. You don't need to do much, it's just to make sure there's no burrs or anything on the wood. Alright, so and these go over the number 80 once. So the little notches facing in the shorter thickness, and then the dots are going to be along the longer side. All right, so we're done with the cylinders. And now parts, step 7, parts number 85 and 84. Both of them are on board number 3. So 84 is in the middle here on the left. And then 86 is 85 is the top left of board number 3. So the 85 is gonna go on the side where there is no, not the shorter, or doesn't have the long extensions there. And then 84 is gonna be on the side and with the 2 notches to the longer tab, closer to the longer tab. And then the engine's gonna go right onto that extension piece here. So start it up. And my 21 start falling out, so I'm gonna put it back in and then squeeze these two together. Use the tool. Just to make sure it's completely fully seated. On both ends. Let's see, against the table here. And then put 21s back on. Alrighty. Moving on to the page number 18. I'll put number 86 on the one without the wings on the side. And then part number 86 on board number 3, top left here. A little fan, radiator fan, I guess. Oh, so I didn't put the 21s in correctly. I thought they're just flipping around, but I need to push them all the way in. They should go all the way in there. And then fan goes on the shorter side. And then we remove all these little extra pieces, 82, that are holding, that's a step number 2, that are holding the pistons together. Because now they got nowhere to go. And we can pitch them because we're not gonna use them. Let's see, next step is, let me try to squeeze this further if I can. that's as far as I can go. Next step is step number 3. We need parts number 89, 88, and 87. All of them on board number 3 right here in the middle. 87, 88, and 89. 2 toothpicks cut to size 3. So these are gonna go into the little 2 dashes, that's 89. Push them all the way in until they're flush on the surface. Then 88, just make sure the outlines are matching all the way in. And then 87, also same thing, so the little tab is towards you. Push it in so all 3 parts are held together. And then we need to sand this part number 89. To make sure that the toothpicks are flush and they're not interfering. Then we need part number 91 and 90. They're also on board number 3. Let's see, 91 is right in the middle here, or right in the center and a little bit below, above the middle. And then 90 is right above it. So 90, kind of like tilting toward away from you, is going to go from the left side. And then 91 is going to go, or the sub-assembly is going to go on the right side. With the little, so toothpicks away from you, little hammer facing you. And then we need 2 toothpicks size 2. They're gonna go through the holes on the right of the little hammer thing. Assuming flush, although it's not shown yet, but I'm gonna leave them sticking out on the outside. For now. That's our step number 5, put it aside. Step number 6 are parts number 92, 94, and 93. So 92 is gonna be above the middle on the right hand side. Right here, and then 94 and 93. 93 is a little bit to the right on the top of that of 92, and then 94 is going to be on the left hand side. It's going to be upper left side of the board. Now you can find it there. So 94 is going to go on the side, so with the little hook facing down, it's going to go from the left side. And then 93 is going to go, because it's symmetrical, doesn't matter which way, it's going to go from the other end. And then we need part number 95. Which is almost at the center, a little bit to the left, halfway to the bottom from the middle. And that's gonna lock these two pieces from the further side, lock them two together on the bottom here. Just like that. So it's coming from this side. 94 is on the left, 93 is on the right, 95 is from the back, 92 is in the middle. Moving on to the page number 20, part number 96. That's going to be on the left hand side, closer to the edge here, uppermost part. And that one's going to go with a longer piece, let's see, away from you, further away, locking into the 94 here. And that should go down so it's all flush here on that side. Go. So that's step number 1. Step number 2. Let's see. We need parts number 97, 98, or 97, 2 97s. They're at top right corner here of board number 3. And they're gonna go from 2 ends of 91. Just like that. And then we take the sub-assembly with a little hammer. So with the part 96 with the hole on the left hand side, the hammer is going to be on the right hand side, and it's going to go right inside here. And then we take a 1 full toothpick, wax it up a little bit, and we push it all the way through the full assembly and the holes on the bottom here. Just like that. And then we cut off the 2 ends here. So I was correct, the toothpicks are sticking out. That correct direction, and then we need to wax a little bit. I'm just checking to make sure everything looks good here. So we need to wax these little side pieces here. Two sides as shown in step number 4. All right, next step is number 5. We need parts number 98 and 99. So 98 is center line a little below the middle on the left. Then 99 is going to be on the bottom right, almost at the bottom here. So with the 98, with the holes on the left hand side and that little tab, long tab facing you, the 98 is going to go in the upper left rectangular hole here with the slot facing, opening facing, you know, horizontal direction, I guess. And that needs to go all the way through. And then we need 2Z cut-off toothpick. That's going to go through the bottom here, locking it in place. Use the tool, push it in so it's symmetrical on both sides. Moving on to the page number 21, also put that aside. Step number 1, parts number 100, 101, 21, and 102. So let's see, these should be board number 3. There's 3 21s here. So we need parts number 100, which is going to be, let's see, right here. That's the long part on the left hand side, right below the middle here. That's our 100. 101s are on the right hand side, closer to the edge. They're within the part number 119. So push these 2 out. Then 2 21s, as I said, they're on the left. There's more here. So we just need 2 for the first step. And then parts 102, they're in the top right corner here of board number 3. Now we wax the sides of part number 102, just to get the parts number 21 all the way in. We wax outside of 21s. Put those on. All the way in. Just like that. Then 101. Those gonna go on next. And then part number 100 with the tabs facing these opening facing you. It's going to go from the left hand side. Hole facing in along the length of the 100. And then we need 2 parts, 2 toothpicks Z size. Plug these in. That assembly looks familiar, and I think that, if I remember correctly, it's the same as in a Roadster. Or one other model. I don't remember. I've seen it somewhere. I've done it before. I feel it. Symmetrical toothpicks setting, so it just doesn't fall apart. We're done with step number 2. Moving on to the step number 3, parts number 103. They will be on the left hand side, that's right below 100, 2 of them. we need to insert these from these little tabs, going to be on the top left away from you. I'm going to move the parts number 101 towards the right, tabs on the top, and then we insert the 103. So I'd recommend probably to send it down a little bit. That's a long way to push through, and then put a little bit of wax. And then the top one we insert with the holes towards you, the tab towards the top, all the way in. And on the other side it's the opposite, 103, so the rectangular hole towards the bottom, holes towards you, insert it on the other side. And now we lock this with 2 Z's. And it's going to go on the bottom hole, the second hole. Now we're done with step number 4. Step number 5, we need parts number 104. They're right here in the top right corner within the longer part. Maybe not, they're just sitting by themselves. So 2 104s. And part number 105, that's the long part right here, right at the center, just a little bit below the middle. So that one you might want to pre-cut because it's a long piece. There's a connection point on 1, and here's connection point number 2. And then we need toothpicks size 3. Of these. So they're going to go through 104. Until they're flush. And then through 105. When you apply pressure, make sure you apply pressure close to the hole in order to avoid the snapping 105. And then that's going to go into our sub-assembly. Let's see. So you set up the tabs on the left hand side towards the bottom, and then it's going to go from the back into the top holes of parts number 101. Like that. Next, page number 22. Let's see, we need part number 21s, 106, 2 106s. They're right here at the center line, halfway between the middle and the bottom. 2 of them. And these gonna go on the outside of the 103s, pushed all the way to the edges, to the ends. And then 4 21s on each side. So there's a large set of 21s we can use that full set as long as I don't lose all of them. Remove any extra material that is left on these 21s so it doesn't interfere with operation. And then there's it's gonna go 2 on the sides there. Two in the front. That's our step number 1. And then we'll finish our sub-assembly. Now we need to make sure that we wax these. Thoroughly. And then step number 2 is part number sub-assembly that we assembled before. That's gonna go over, let's see. So tabs towards you, that's gonna go over these parts number 103 with the larger part, so with the part sticking out to the left and the larger piece towards the back. Then we need two more part numbers 106. They're right here, bottom left, closer to, it's halfway between the middle and the bottom. So they're gonna go over parts number 103. As far as they can go. And then when you use the toothpick size 2 to lock those in place. These gonna go through the bottom holes here. And once again, center them so it's just preventing from 106 falling off. Coming off. Alrighty. It's done with step number 4. Step number 5, we need 2 rubber bands made to the size about 15 millimeters. And I'm going to use the same rubber band, just do the other side, since I need 2 anyway. Might as well conserve a little bit. Yep. two rubber bands, and now you're gonna go over on these little tabs through that opening at the part 103. So let's see, with the nut towards the back. Put through the hole and then over the other side on tabs. Creating a little suspension here. Amortization. Just like that. So now you have like a little spring effect on the top portion. All right, moving on to the page number 23. Step number 1, I just finished it, and number 2, just did. Step number 3, we need part number 107. The 107 is going to be top right corner. It's the larger top right corner. And then that's gonna go on the side where that slot is at. So let's see. All right, it's gonna go, there's like little tab on the back here, over that tab. And then from the side to push it on the tab that is sticking out from that part. And then 108 is gonna go on the other side. 108 is also on the top right corner here. And then make sure that openings are facing down. So that one's gonna go on the other end. Tab here on the back, all the way in, and then it kind of like slides into the other tabs. Next, we need to insert a little hammer. The hammer is gonna go on the right hand side, so part 108, and that's gonna go, let's see, split it up, and it's gonna go into these two slots here with the toothpicks into that smaller slot. So hammer's gonna be on the right, and we kind of need to split these up a little bit. Insert it into the openings. And toothpicks are inside there. And kind of lock it back in place. So just like this. And the toothpicks are inside of these larger slots. Just like that. Step number 20, page number 24. Step 1. So the hammer goes into that hole here. And then we're gonna turn it around. Step number 2 is put that engine sub-assembly into place. So the two, the one with the fan's gonna go towards you, and it's gonna be two slots here, and then the one on the back, these little wings, they're gonna go into the first slots on the back here. So it's gonna get that in on the front, start it on the front, and then work it in the back a little bit. So I did the back, the hammer's on the back, and then the front, push it all the way in. And then once you have it all the way through, we need 2 Z's. They're gonna go through these little holes of the engine, front of the engine. As long as you can fit them in. All right, they started one. And then the second one. Make sure, well, centered. Careful not to break 1 of 5. And let's see, we need 25mm rubber band. Step number 4. And that's gonna go, let's see, on the back here, there's a little tab. And we're gonna go through that tab. Towards the bottom. Doesn't really show, but it looks like there's on the bottom here. So we have to go towards the back through here and all the way through the bottom, hook it up onto the, I don't remember, I think it was part 1 of 5 if I'm not mistaken. All right, so let's see. We're gonna put it on the top first. Right, then kind of push it out a little bit so it have enough slack. Gonna go grab it on the bottom here, bring it underneath and hook it up onto that 1 of 5 portion. So just like that, so that it's going in towards the bottom there and hooks up onto that part number 1 of 5, if I'm not mistaken. Just to be on a correct. That's going to be 96, sorry. Hooks up onto part number 96. So if you can see the loop here, it goes behind on the top and hooks up right here. So we're done with page number 24. We're going to page number 25. And that's the radiator grill on board number 3, right in the middle here. It's 109. It's going to go right in front of the fan into the hole there. Push it in. There's a little tab on the right hand side. And then part number 110, that's step number 2. 110 is on the left. It says I7 on there, or 17. That needs to be waxed. And that goes right on the engine right here on that tab that is sticking out. Page number, step number 3, need parts number 111 and 21. So 111 is that on the left hand side here, right at the middle, a little bit below maybe. So 111, and then we have 120, number 21 left here. So we're gonna wax the part number 111. And that's gonna go actually on a larger sub-assembly. It's gonna go over here on the front, the little lever that was loose, or still loose. All the way in, and then 21 right above it. I'll wax it just in case so we don't have to reach it, but might not be necessary. Just right like that. So step number 4, that's confirmation of what we just completed. And then step number 5 is that all engine assembly is going to go right into the into here. All right, so let's see, turn it upside down, just trying to figure out. So these tabs gonna go here. That long piece goes into part number 96 where we just installed the rubber band. Then as you slowly push it in, that little 21 needs to go into the hole and line up with the other gear on the engine, just like that. So everything snaps. So that longer part, the one that it shows right here, the red one, so it needs to go into part number 96 and kind of like a little bit behind here, pressing it up. The gears line up, everything lines up. And then page number 26, we need to insert the 2 Z's to lock the engine subassembly in place. So 2Z or Z2, size of toothpick. And that goes from the outside towards inside. I'm gonna push it in for now, as I'm gonna have to squeeze it up a little bit to get them lined up. So this one's lined up, this one's might be a little bit offset. There we go. It's all locked in place, and we're done with step number 1 on page number 26. Okay, so let's see, step number 2, parts number 112, that's the big one on board number 3 right here on the bottom right. Part number 113, it's right next to it, to the left, right here. Then part number 106 and 221. So let's see, 106, where we will find more 106, bottom right corner, we just need 1 for now, and then 221s, so they're right here, right above that part number 129. So just pull the whole board out, get the 21s out, use the helping tool. Oh, here it is. Clean off the excess wood. Then we need to wax both of the 21s. And then ends of the 112. All right, so that little extension is to the right, and then we'll put on that little tab, we put 21. Now we're gonna send it down a little bit, put a little wax, just to make sure that we can fit that 21 all the way in, all the way to the end. Then we put number 113 with a hole away from you. It goes right over the 21, then 106 to lock it up, and then 21 again for the final lock. Complete step number 2. Moving on to step number 3. We need part number 114. It's a little bit above, actually right at the middle on the board number 3, to the right of the center line. And here we need 2 toothpicks cut to size 3. So just size 3. And we put those, so this little L-shape tab on the right hand side, we'll put the toothpicks from the top into the 2 holes at the bottom. Then we need 2 115s where they're the same location on the right hand side there, and then they go, there's like a little angle and a sharp point going away from you and to the top. So that little tab with the 3 pre-cut holes, it's facing you. They go onto the 2 sides, rectangular holes there, 1 and 2. And then let's see, we take the sub-assembly from step number 2. That little lever is still on the right hand side, and that goes right into these, from the top, looks like into these 2 parts. Not sure if it sits on the bottom or not. We need to turn it upside down. I apologize. So these 115, they need to go from the other side. So just take it out by need to turn it upside down, so that little L shape or the tab is on the left side now, so we insert it from the bottom. Just like that. Moving on to the page number 27, and that whole sub-assembly goes right into the side of the engine. So we just turn it sideways like this, and then let's see, the little tab, the extension, the first one goes right into the hole right here, right for the wheel. And then the longer portion of it goes right in between there. There's like a little slot for it. So insert it in the wheel, and then this sub-assembly it goes like right on the corner, onto those corner pieces. So they're not going to be the top, so it's kind of going to be a little bit under the angle. And then that part, the longer part, 114, it fits into the slots here on the side. As far as it can go, just like that. So that's a steering column. So the long tab fits into the slot here. The shorter tab fits into the hole slot right here at the top. And then the 114 piece gets slid over all the way in as far as you can push it in on the right and the left hand side. So that's we're done with step number 1. Moving on to the step number 2. And that's part number 116, which is also on board number 3. To the right of the center light, a little below the middle, so with all the cluster, panel cluster. So that goes right over these parts as far as I can push it in. And then that part, one last 106 that is in the bottom right corner there, that goes right to like that tab that is sticking out. And then over it we put a wheel, which is also on the same board. It's 117 on the bottom right corner here. And with the 3 spikes, so the 1 spike going down, just line it up. push it in. So I'm just trying to push that long part out as much as I can, so the steering wheel sits nice and perfect there, so that surface is almost flush together. And then part number 118, which is on middle here on the right hand side. One of them is gonna go on the left hand side. So there's two tabs sticking out, so we push it through that. Then all the tabs need to fit one into another, so that bottom portion just need to align it a little bit and push it in. So I'll hold that portion down. It's not gonna slide up and down. All right, and then moving on to the page number 28. On page number 28, we put in the window, which is part number 119, also on the same board. Careful getting these lights, I guess, or mirrors, I'm not sure what it is, out. So pull out 119, and that goes slides right in here into the hole of 118 on one side. Just push it in, and then next step number 2, we take the second 118, and that slides in from the other side, similar direction, so like the two tabs facing towards the front. Onto the two tabs, line up all the parts there. Make sure you get them nice and flush and push it all the way in, so it's gonna lock everything there. Next step is part number 120. Two of them. They're also, actually, we're moving on to the board number 4. So the top right corner here, two parts 120. We need both of them. And these go onto this slot right here. So we're gonna turn it around, and with the round portion facing towards inside of the, we slide it onto one side and then onto the other. So I'm going to use my helping tool to push it all the way in on one side and then the other side of that hole. So I just slide them in. The second one is a little tougher, but you make sure you line up the hole with the tab, and then I'm going to use the helping tool to get it in. It's hard to get to it, but so I'm push these two to the side, one side and then the other, kind of leaving an opening in between. And then part number 120 goes right into between, 121 actually. It's on the top right corner also of board number 4. So, and that goes, let's see, with a little round off piece towards the inside. So your triangle piece is going to be on the top. So we're going to set it here for now, and we need one toothpick split in half. That one has some imperfections on it. It's just going to remove it, actually. Take a new one. So split the toothpick in half, and then it goes through 2 let's see, one hole at the top here, just to secure that 121 in place. And I push it as far as you can go so it's flush, kind of holding the parts a little bit so they don't fall out. And then one toothpick through the bottom here to get the pieces on inside secured. And then when you can leave it in there, or if you want to try to break it off, it's fine. So I'm just gonna push it in, and then this side on the top you just want to break it off, so just pre-cut slightly and then snap it off and you're good to go. Then we need one rubber band size about 15 millimeters, so just rubber band, wrap it around, make the knot at about 15 millimeters or so. And that's gonna go, there's two on the top. So it's gonna go, you need to open it up, two right here. Over the top, let's see if I can fit it in. Just like that. And then so you have bottom and top piece, and you pull that over, and that goes right into that slot on the middle piece. So let's see, pull that up. It's not working the right way, but let's see what we can do. So we push it on one side, oh, put it in. Then these two I'll put into the number 21, so holding to make sure it doesn't snap out. One side. And then the other side. So I guess maybe 121 is better to do it first, and then you do it on the other two parts on 120s, just like that. So it goes up, just like this. So pretty much it's over, kind of like goes over and around, and then 121 it just grabs both of them and pushes through those two holes. All right, moving on to page number 29. Step 1, we need 3 toothpicks cut in half. And then parts number on board 7, parts number 125, 122, 123, 124, and 125. So they're all going to be on board number 7, and they're right here at the center. So 122 is within that wheel 303, so it shows 122, and then circle like with the arrow pointing towards the inside. then 123. 124 is right below that. I'm gonna lift the wheel there for now. And then 125 to the right. So we put the toothpicks into the hole of 122. It's marked with 1 dash or number 1. So just push them in all the way till it's flush with the surface on the bottom. Then you put number 2. Push it in. Number 3. And number 4, which is part number 125. So once we're done with that, also on board number 7, you have 126, 127. Right here, it's part number 5 and not sure, it's 6. So they're within the wheel. And then 128 is number 7, is to the right of it, right at the center line. So that's 5. Then 6 we turn upside down, so the little dash is on the bottom right. And then 7. Then we push these 2 toothpicks that are sticking out on their own. Careful, you might want to use just a little tiny hole on the helping tool. Can insert the toothpick and push that down, and these both need to be to the size 1 on the helping tool. So just pull it in and push it up until it hits the surface, so size 1 right here. And then we slice off in the end of the step number 3, we slice off all these extra toothpicks, the sharp points. All right, and put it aside. So there's 2 sticking out still. Let's see. Make sure we slice it off completely. And next, step number 4, we need part number 152, which is on the board number 4, top here. The large piece that says V model on it. All right, and we need parts number 130, 131, and 132. So back on board number 7. So they're 130 are within the same wheel right at the center here, center and middle. Then number 9s are right here to the right, 131 and 132, so they're all to the right. All right, so let's see. 130. We'll turn this upside down, or the right way up. So it shows UGears V models, and we start with 130. It's going to be on the left-hand side. And so first part, it says 8, little tab on the bottom of it. So around the surface towards you, we've inserted on the leftmost hole on the bottom here. Just like that, right? No, it goes on the bottom, the very bottom hole that is on the left hand side. So just like this. So there's one hole left on the other side, and then the other 8 with the tab on the top, we go into the hole on the opposite end that is on the top. So there's still one hole left. These number 8s or 130s are facing each other. Same thing as number 9. We're gonna do right next to it. And then 10s. So we have one hole left on each side, just like that. And that completes our sub-assembly here. You can take these out. Next, we need parts number 133, 34, 35, and 136. They're right below middle here. So 134, 133, 135, and 136. So they're all numbered so you don't lose them. I need 2 toothpicks that we pre-cut earlier. So 133 on the bottom, which is number 11, with the tabs facing to the right, number facing you. We put the toothpicks from the top. Then we insert number 12, which is part number 134, over it. Number 13 is next. And then number 14, which is 136, also with the tabs facing to the right. Insert there, and then cut off the toothpicks in the step number 6. So, same thing, pre-cut, snap them off. Moving on to the page number 30. And then here, step number 1 is that we insert that little sub-assembly. Let's see, with 14 facing to the right. And these, so covering that little, in between these 2 openings, covering that space. So these 2 large holes, they stay open on the bottom. These 2 are go the first, that's going to be number 11, into these 2 holes right next to the ones that we inserted earlier. And then the 14 goes into the corresponding holes on the right hand side, just like that. Next step is 2 part number 137 and 138. They're in, below the middle here, like halfway between the middle inside the wheels. So step number 2 is part number 137, which is 15. It goes right next, just follow the holes. Next one, then number 16, which is 138, next holes. Make sure you push it all the way down so it doesn't stick up. Number 17, it's within the 306, on board number 7 still. 139 and 140. So 17 is next. Then number 18, which is 140. Same thing, half of the part at the top, half on the bottom. So the tab is on a, closer to you there. Then 19, that's 141, which is on the right hand side, within the circle, within the wheel number 307. So one on the top, one on the bottom. Then step number 3, we need another toothpick cut in half. And there are parts number 20, one on the top, one on the bottom. 20 is facing top, and then you insert the toothpicks there all the way in. Then part number 21, which is 143. It's right in the middle, center line here, almost at the bottom. So 21 facing you, it goes top hole and a bottom hole. I push it all the way in and then line up the part number 20. So it's nice and smooth. Then part number 22, which is 144. It's on the bottom left corner there. 22. Same way, and then 23, it's within the same circle, right on top. Just make sure to push it from both sides so you don't break it, and then pre-cut. Didn't snap very well, so just slice off the ends, and then that piece goes into the last two holes with the part number 20 there. All the way in. All right, now need 2 more toothpicks. Cut about 3/4. So I'm just gonna pre-cut, kind of just get rid of the sharp point there, so it's nice and straight. And this is board number 8. We're gonna start off with parts number 123, 122, 124, 125. Which we pre-assembled. No. Let's see. Oh, they're right at the top here, so kind of similar thing. 122. Then 123. 124 at the top, right within the circles. 125. Alrighty, so we start off with 122, and we need the bottom 2 holes, right? No, the holes on the okay, something's missing here in these instructions. My assumption is that we need, okay, so the longer ones, that 3/4, they need to be on the right hand side. So the ones facing up, and then we need one more toothpick cut in half. So this go on the left hand side, so when the one facing you, just like that. Then we do number 2, or part number 123. Careful inserting those not to break the toothpicks. So I kind of want to try to push it simultaneously at all the corners. And we do number 125. And then 120, well, no, 124, and then 125. Apologize. Just like that. And then part number 146, 147, they are on the same board. So 146, 147, a little bit above the middle here. And let's see, 148, 149, right at the top right here. the one that we haven't pushed yet. 150, 151. There would be on the right of the middle here on the left. All right, so we go number 5. That's gonna go on the right hand side. 6. 7 with the tabs facing towards inside. Then 8. And then 9 and 10. Then we cut off the top toothpicks flush. And then these toothpicks, we need to push it in a little bit to get to Z1 on the other side. So once again, you use the helping tool. There is like a small hole there, and you can use that to push the toothpicks. Just like that. And then you use position 1 to push the toothpick back in to get it to the right side. And then we snap it off the sharp ends. And clean it off afterwards. And we put it aside now. Then we take board number 129, which is on bottom of the board number 3, right here. Take 198 and 197 out of it. And that one, same thing, with the opening facing UGears facing you. We start with part number 159, still on board number 8. So let's see, 159. So we're gonna go from backwards a little bit. Now 159, 160. We just need 159 for now. 160 stays in here. Then we know where it's at. Then 158, 157, 156, 155, 154, 153. So let's start with 159, which is 17. 17 facing to the left, and that goes into the, let's see, 2 large holes, 2 small holes. Then this first set, so we the top and the bottom stay open, the large ones are stay, so it goes into the first set of holes here. So 17, 16, 15, 14. I'm going the numbers that are actually on the parts. 13, 12, and 11. Let's see, I probably want to mark and report back to the manufacturer. Need +1 toothpick heft. All right. So step number 9 is another toothpick split in half. And then we do parts number 160 through 165. They're 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And let's see, we'd start with the 18. 18 on the bottom, tabs facing towards the left side. 18, 19. 20, 21, 22, and 23. And once we're done with that, we snap off the toothpicks, the sharp ends. Pre-cut and snap it off. And then page number 31. Let's see which one. So UGears with the opening and with the parts. Not that one. Not that one. We go with the parts. That are we just put together. That goes on the right hand side here. So yeah, 17 and then 18 through all the way to 23. Just insert it in there. And then let's see, step number 2, we need the large part number 166, which is going to be on board number 4. It's right in the center here. So this one, there's no directionality because it's symmetrical. That goes right into here. So we put that in first. That's step number 1. Line up with the holes. And push all the parts in. On all the sides, make sure the tabs match. Step number 1, and then step number 2 is we put the these parts in, inserting into 166 first, and then pushing towards the assembly, just like that. And then right side and the left side, it doesn't matter which one you do first. Kind of a similar sequence, so you insert these tabs first. Which I'm struggling with for some reason. Unknown to me. Okay, one went in. Here we go. The other one, it's probably just locking up a little bit here. And then we push it in towards the assembly. And these two pieces should stick out. All right, and then we put number 167s, which are also on board number 4, and they're right here on the left hand side. 2 of them. Take out the internal pieces there, put them on the side because you're gonna use them. And these go on the left and right hand side with 2 little tabs towards the front. So there's 2 holes in 166. You're gonna need to push it all the way in, and then towards the inside there's 2 holes in the part 1 88 or 118, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And just like that. So they're going to be slightly under the angle, both parts. Once again, it's make sure you get it the right side in. So that tab should be on the top. Once again, you push it in. And then you push it towards the inside. Locking it in place. Just like that. So it's going to be slightly under the angle towards the inside. Next. Okay. Page 32. Let's see, step 1. So we need parts number 170, 21, and 171. They're all on board number 5. So let's do board number 5. 170 is right in the middle here. It's a long piece, so I'd recommend to use the X-Acto knife to cut it out. There's a couple connection points on here. So all you do is just apply a little bit of pressure on those connection points with the X-Acto knife. And then that will snap the part out, and then you can just push it out rather than trying to push it with your fingers and risking of breaking it. Then 171 is right above the middle on the left hand side here, and then the part number 21, there's a set of 6 here, so we just need 1 out of those. I might have some on the side, so I'm just going to use the ones from additional, so I don't lose the rest of the pieces, because they may start flying off. So we do need to wax. Let's see, and I put my wax, looks like in the garbage. I think it is. So I'm just going to use the my candle wax, the tea candle wax. Let's see. So as you can see, I cleaned up my desk a little bit. Or actually, yep, it looks like I did put it in the garbage. So just dip in the gear into my candle, tea candle, and then 21. All right, so 21 goes on the side where the little T is at. All the way on. And then the gear 8 goes on the opposite end. From the opposite end all the way to the end. And there is like a little hole in here. That's where the toothpick size 2 will go. And so pre-cut the toothpick to size 2. That's a tough toothpick, where my knife is going dull already. So I just insert toothpick in a slot, little hole there, so to hold the part number 171 in place. And then we need the toothpick size 3. Insert it into the second hole from the end. And then that goes symmetrical, so it's sticking out a little bit on both sides. All right, then we put a part number 21. I'm gonna grab another one from the spare ones. And put it on, well, we need a little bit of wax. On it, and then we put it over. Let's see, doesn't show up to where, but up to the toothpick. So I'm checking a little further, so we get it inserted all the way up to the toothpick. Next, step number 4, we need parts number I'm gonna put that aside for now. Parts number 172 and 173, both of those are on board number 6. And they're gonna be, let's see, bottom right here. So 2 and 3. So the difference between them, the 73's got a little smaller centerpiece here versus 72 is a larger one. And got the little dash here to mark, just to mark it. And then part number 175 is to the right of the center line on board number 6. I'm just gonna pull all 4 of those out. Clean them up, get all the extra material. There's a little bit of wood left in the notches, just to make sure it doesn't interfere with the operation. And then we need part number 174 coming back to the board number 5, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side here. Got number 10 on here. So we do need to put some candle wax on 175s. So I'm just grabbing a little piece from my tea candle. And once again, as a lubricant, any candle will work. I know there's some other lubricants that you can use. I haven't personally tried anything else except the candle wax because it's been working fine for me. Let's see. And then part number 174, the candle wax of the gears. All right, so the we need a little bit of a wax on the part here, just to make sure that we can get the gears on. And 172. All right, so 173, that's where the gear goes onto, and it goes on the side with the dash on a mark. So push it all the way in as far as it can go. And then the part number 175, same thing, locking it in place. And I guess the other sides, just push 175s as far as they can go against the tabs here. All right, next step number 5, also these go on the side, is parts number 176, also on board number 6, top right corner right here. Long big piece, along with 177, which is going to be on the center line, a little bit to the left, closer to the bottom here. Pull it out. So with the L facing away from you, we insert 177 with the circle facing down from the right side, just like this. Push it in. Moving on to the page number 33. Then we need gear 178, which is on board number 5. Going back and forth a little bit. It says number 9 on here. It's right next to 174, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. So once again, don't forget to wax it. And then we also need to prepare a toothpick size 2 for the next step. So that we take the long rod, we push it through that hole on the part number 177. Was it 177? Yes. So push it through up until the toothpick, right? And then 178 goes onto that rod. Then there is like a little hole, so you insert the toothpick size 2 into that hole. So we'll keep that hole sub-assembly together, and just symmetrical, so it sticks out about the same on both sides, and then it's rotational. Then you got parts little 172 and 173. So that's 173 with the gear. It goes with the gear towards the outside. We push it into the hole here, so it interacts with gear 178, and then the 172 part goes into the other hole. And next we need part number 179 to lock all these together, and 179 is located on board number 6 on the bottom right here. And then also with the L towards the back, put the gears through the holes, and then insert it into 177, just like that. Next step 4, we got parts 180 and 181. 181 is on the bottom right, and 180 is the top right of board number 6. So 180 goes on the front here to lock these two parts together, to keep them together. And then 181 goes on the back behind that little tab here, so just to give it a little bit more stability. Next step is number 5. We need part number 182, which is on the bottom right of board number 6. And that goes right in the center here, 2 openings. Push it in, all the way in. So it's flat with the surface on both sides. And then we check, make sure there's a rotational. You might want to play with it a little bit so it doesn't get stuck, and it's easy to rotate both directions, and it rotates the axle. So we're done with that part. Move it on the side. Step number 6, we need part number 183, which is on board number 6, top right corner, right here. And then we need Z3 toothpicks, cut to size 3. Four of them. All right, and those go, so with the cutout towards the right side, well, they go from the top into the 4 holes that are here, so all the way to the surface. So I'm pushing it down towards the table. As far as they can go, flush on the back surface. Page number 34. Let's see. Step number 1, we do part number 184 and 185. Both of those are on board number 6. So 185 is in the top right corner here, and 184 is a little below the middle on the right hand side of the center line. So 184 would go with the tab towards you and the circular portion to the right, and to the 2 toothpicks on the, to the left, and then two toothpicks on the left. make sure it's all the way down, and then 185 with the little sharp end towards the top on the right. Goes over the other two toothpicks. All the way in, so the toothpicks are sticking out. Step number 2, we need parts 187 and 186. So 186 is right here, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. Long piece, careful pulling it out. And 187 is going to be, let's see, on the left hand side right here, about a little below the middle. So push that out. We need 2 toothpicks cut to size 2. And that goes into the holes of part 186 with the opening to the right and the longer piece towards the top. So we push it from the top. And then 187 goes right over it with the opening to the right. All the way in, and then we wax the round portion of these 2 parts. All right, we'll go into step number 3. We need to sand boards here. There's going to be some movement, and I would apply a little bit of wax in there too, just to reduce the friction as much as we can. And then we got part number 188 that's going to be on the top right here of board number 6. Still on the same board. That goes, let's see, with a little cutout slot towards the back. It goes right into the hole. And then let's see, the sub-assembly that we just did goes right over it with a little horseshoe facing up into this semicircle here on the left. And so this part is going to go up and down. Or actually towards front and back, just like that. And then step number 4, we're locking it up with the part number 189, which is in the middle here to the right of the center line. So with the 2 holes going towards that side. Might want to put a little bit, not sure if there's going to be any friction there, but just in case, a little sanding will not hurt. And put it over the toothpicks, locking that little lever in place. All right, now next step, 5, we need to pre-cut the rubber band to about 22 millimeters. Slice off the extra, and we put the rubber band, let's see, it goes over this with the knot towards the bottom, goes over that little tab right here. And then the sub-assembly is gonna go, step number 7 is gonna go right here. Let's see, with the hook facing towards you, and then rubber band towards the back to the right into the holes right here. So I'm gonna hold the rubber band and push it in, locking it in place, and it sits right perfectly in there. Next step, page number 35. Step 1, we need to bring that rubber band through the little slot right here on that moving part, and let's see, over the handle. So I'm going to push it on the side. Let's see if I can bring it over. So I moved that little piece towards the back, brought in the rubber band over the handle, put it in a little hole on the handle, and then push it through the hole of that little part that is sticking out. I'm gonna use the toothpick just to get it in there, just like that. So it should lock it in place, and then when I press on here, it just releases the handle. All right, just gonna keep it floating for now. That would complete step number 2. Moving on to step number 3, we need part number 190, which is on the board 6 bottom left corner. It's a long piece right here. So there's 2 marks on here, and those marks will need to go towards the front, or towards me, that whole sub-assembly. And then let's see, it needs to go through these holes right here. Push it through from, I guess, any of the sides. Careful pushing it through. I'm holding both of the ends, pushing it through, and then these 2 slots or marks, they need to go, these little L shapes need to go right. One mark on one side, the other mark on the other side. Just like that, so marks are almost not visible. And step number 4 is we need to make sure those marks are there. We insert part number 191, which is on board number 7. So board number 7, top left corner right here, part number 181, that's the large piece. And that goes with the little bolt cutouts facing towards you. It goes from the back locking it like this. That whole piece gonna go on the back of our cabin, and we need to wax a little bit these 2 tabs on the left and right side, and then the long tabs, just to make sure that we can push that sub-assembly through. And then that whole thing goes in. I would wax probably the centerpieces too right here. All the little tabs. So it's gonna go through, mesh the holes up. And slowly start pushing it in from both sides. Make sure everything is aligned, and as long as it is, it should go in, not very smoothly, but pushing it from each direction little by little should get it in. Then we need to make sure the gears are matching here, and then the little 120 or 21 goes into the hole right there. All the tabs should be matching. Everything goes in. Push it as far as you can go. Should be flush with the other surface, working all around, locking everything in place. All right, just like that. It's all locked in. And next step is part 192. Let's see, 68. 68 we have on board number 6. Bottom left right here. And then 192. Let's do 168 first. So I'm gonna dip it a little bit into the candle wax, the tip that goes from the top right in the center hole here. Push it in, all the way in. And then 192 is gonna go on the right hand side in the direction of movement, with the bolts facing you, or the drawing of the bolts facing you. That goes right into the slot here. From the right into inside. And then 192A, same thing, a little bit of a wax. And then it's gonna go from the left side towards inside. Just like that. Now we have it locked. Move board to the side, and we got these two pieces. Let's see. The shorter one goes on the right. With it falling out a little bit, and then the longer one on the left. I'm gonna remove that part for a second, and let's see if it's gonna get locked with anything. These ended up being a little bit too short. So I'm gonna replace these toothpicks. I need a longer pieces here. Let's see. Let's see if it's gonna work. By pushing one out, getting the other ones in. Just gonna remove these parts for now to get the toothpicks out. All right, so we need 2 long toothpicks to fix that piece. Just gonna go from the bottom here. I'm fixing one of the sub-assemblies there, and then this one's gonna go all the way in. part number 4. Part number 5. And part number 6. Then another one is in there, part number 7, that holds the whole thing. So I need to cut out about 2. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut these toothpicks off. I'm just fixing that, push it up, but we do need a little bit to go into the other part, so that's the size 1. So I'm gonna push these toothpicks in towards the back. So we got about size 1 sticking out there. And then I'm gonna break it off on that side. So that part is fixed, so I can put it in here and it should go in tight. Just like that. And it will sit on there. Page number 36. And then we need to push these toothpicks that are sticking out towards the inside so it holds these pieces in place. So I'm just gonna slide those in. And they go right into the body of the truck, so that part's gonna stay on. Again, I'm using the helping tool just to make sure that I don't cut myself. Let's see, this one doesn't line up. So I just need to push it a little bit further and try again. There we go. Those toothpicks are in, so, and the part's gonna stay there forever. Well, as long as you don't break it. Step number 2, we need part number 168, which is on board number 4. It's in the bottom right here. And that goes right over the cabin. That's going to be our roof. All the way in. And then step number 3, part number 169, which is also on board number 4, top right there. Right in front of the horns. Push it all the way in. Step number 4, you need a toothpick cut in half. And with the sharp point out, we insert it right here into port number, through the hole in port number 23. And then I'm going to use the small hole there to push it as far as I can. And then slice it off, and then we do the same thing. That's what the mirror is for, the little side mirror. We're gonna do the same thing from the opposite end. So we're gonna push it in as far as it can go by hand. Then we use that little tiny hole next to the 30 on the helping tool and push a little further. Don't go too far because there is a hole on there, so you don't want to interfere with the mechanism. So I'm gonna push it out with a little pointy part, push it back out a little bit and break it off. So we're done with step number 5. Moving on to step number 6. We need parts number 193, 4, 5, and 6, or 194, 195, 196, 193. So 194 is right here. 195s, 2 of them, or 196. 193, 2 of them. 195, second one, and then we need one more 196, which will be on board number 4. On the center here, almost at the top. So 195 goes on the left. We're doing the first one. 193 goes into it on the top hole with the larger portion of trapezoid to the left. Then 194 on the bottom here, whichever way you prefer. And then we lock it up with 196, which is a shorter piece. On the right. Now we need to make a mirror of that, so 195 is on the right now. 193 is gonna go at the top hole with the larger portion to the right. Then 194 on the bottom. And then 196 on the left. Squeeze it up to make it tight. So now we have 2 mirror ones. We complete step number 7. Moving on to the page number 37. Step 1, we're gonna insert one piece with the larger portion facing towards the front on the left side and one on the right. So this is going to be on the left side, and we're looking in the direction of vehicle, moving vehicle. So 2 holes on the bottom here. Just push it in. And then from the opposite end, insert the steps on the other side. So that's step number 2 is complete. Step number 3, we need parts number 198 and 197, 2 of them. And they're going to be on the bottom left of the board number 3. So we're looking for board number 3. Bottom left. So that's one of the pieces that came out earlier. And let's see. So we need 2 198s and 2 197s. So 198, it's going to be, let's see which door we're looking on. The door on the right hand, on the left hand side here. So larger holes closer to the front. We put 198s in there. Then the next step is we take the toothpick, have one pre-cut already. As long as it's long enough, we're good to go. And we push it through the 198, inserting 197. Don't forget the second 197. All the way in until it's flush on the top. Let's see, and then cut off the small portion on the bottom. And then we put part number 199, which is on the board number 3, bottom right. And it's got a little door. There's a little handle on there, so we insert it, let's see, with the handle towards the outside, right? Towards the outside, make sure it's visible. We put it into the part number 197, just like that. So the door is locking. Okay, that completes our step number 5. Step number 6, we need 2 toothpicks about 3/4 length. And we need parts number 200 through 204. All of those parts going to be on board number 4 in the top left, top right here. So actually, yeah, so 200, 201, 202, 203, and 204. For now, you're gonna go, this toothpick's gonna go, let's see, with the one towards the bottom on the left and the right hole through 200. Or just one, let's see. Yeah, on both. Then part number 2 with the one towards you, the number towards you, so the opening is going to be away from you. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we need to make 2 of these, so I need another set of toothpicks. Again, 3/4. And the one split. And then another set on the top right, 200, 201, 202, 203, and 204. The number towards you, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then we need one more toothpick cut in half. And let's see, so our rotate the truck, it's going to be on the right hand side, so we're inserting one of these sets in between here first, and then we use the 2 toothpicks for these 2 holes. We insert those in the 2 holes that are there. So I'm gonna push these 2 toothpicks down, the one that are 3/4, because I can't get to those holes. Let me see what the next step is. We'll need to slice it off. Okay, so the one on the far end, it goes all the way down to the end there. So I'm going to use my helping tool with a little hole. Pushing it in. Gonna push these toothpicks further down because they're on the way right now. I'm gonna continue pushing the back one. And until, let's see, if I'm gonna need to cut it off, I need to slice it off on the bottom. And I'll need to slice the second toothpick off. So it's flush on the bottom, so I'm just gonna keep it like that. And slice it off at the top, or break it off, and then use the second toothpick. I'm gonna go into the second hole. And same thing, as far as it can go. And then cut off that. Use it, right. And then push. Let's see, we're done with the step number 7. Moving on to the page number 38, step 1. So we sliced off those 2 toothpicks. And now we're gonna push these 2 back up. So need to make sure we don't break it. Neither one of them. And flush with the bottom. Let's see, so we need parts number 205 and 206. 206 is, let's see, we're gonna use this one for now. And then 205 is gonna be on board, also on that same board that was right here. So it's one of the pieces that we have sitting around. So the 205 is going to go through part number 206. Let's see, with a 6 facing the same direction. Flush with the surface. And then we're going to put it over the toothpicks. All the way down. Step number 207, or step number 3, we need part number 207, also bottom left. And we're gonna put it over the same assembly. All the way flush. Once we're done with that, let's see, our next step is part number 213. And it's gonna be, we're gonna need to slice these off. Make sure you use the X-Acto knife to get it flush cut. The next step is 5. Although the toothpicks are shown, they should be sliced now, but it's fine. So we do part number 21. Those are on board number 5. I still have that full set there, so I'm gonna push it out. Need 1. Clean it up. That goes, let's see, wax on 21, and that goes over that long piece 205. All the way flush, and then 213, top right corner of the board number 4 here. It's gonna go over it. And it should be rotational. Just like that. Then parts number 209 and 210. So 209, let's see, it's gonna be bottom right here. And 210. 209 goes first. Remember all the numbers facing you. to 10 over the top. Moving on to the page number 39, part number 214, which is in the middle here on the right of the center line, board number 4, and we need another 21. So I'm just gonna board number 5, push another 21 out. Don't forget to wax it, put it over, and then 214 with the number facing you over that. Make sure there's rotation, and then we lock it up with the part number 212, which is on the left or top right here, so one or the other. Just like that. Next one is part number 215. So on board number 4, there was one part that is 215 on the right here, 216 is it like at the center, a little bit at the top. So 215 is in the bottom right, or not bottom, middle, like a little below the middle. So that's the one that we're using, and then that part in step number 3, we insert onto these two little tabs of parts number 214 and 213. Just need to make sure that the bottom portion is completely fully inserted there. For me it's not, now it is, and so the door closes in completely. So that's the assembly, and we're done with part number, step number 3. So in, let's see, step number 4, we're done with the door. So it just opens up and closes just like that. And then we need to do exactly the same thing on the opposite end. So we're gonna go accept the mirror image of it. So we're gonna start off with the little sub-assembly. I'm gonna push right away. I'm gonna push these toothpicks down, knowing that when we need a little playroom there for the other toothpick. And I just broke it off, but it's not a big deal. We can replace. So I just need another 3/4. And that one is pretty tight in there. So I'm just going to insert it from the other end. Enough distance so we can bother with it a little bit later. 3, 4, and 5. Insert it into here. Then we need one toothpick cut in half. And we do have some parts here, but it's okay. So we're gonna start with the one on at the back, or let's see, we have to break it off anyway, so we might as well just start it with a dull piece on the top and a sharp point towards the bottom. It's gonna be just easier to insert it, and then it's gonna get into all the holes that we need. Should have done it on the other side. And then slowly push it over. Up until it sticks out on the back. I'm gonna do it flush here, and then break it off on the back a little bit later. And then the second toothpick going with the sharp end up as far as it can go on front. And break it off. Make sure it's flush. Let's see, so we need to push these toothpicks up a little bit. Or not. Let's see if I have enough toothpick. That's the second time I broke it, but I think we're gonna be okay. We're gonna, while we add it on the bottom, I'm gonna break off the sharp point there. And then let's see, we need part number 206 and 205. 206 at the top right here. 205 is another piece that we had out at some point of time. So we just insert the 205 and 206, and then that one goes over the two toothpicks. Flush. And then we cut off the toothpick. So we got it good enough on the length, so we need not to worry about the other one to replace it. And then just break these two off. If it doesn't break clean, let me clean the one on the bottom there, and then the clean one on the top, as it didn't break off clean. And then we go with part number 207, top right corner here. That goes over the top. Oh, that's the one. That's one we needed to break off with the toothpicks. So we do need to come back a little bit and replace these two toothpicks again. So I need to stop rushing because that's the reason why it all broke off in the first place, is because I'm rushing trying to get through these parts. So I'm gonna slow down a little bit. I'm pushing these toothpicks out using another toothpick. Let's do it one more time. A third time is a charm, right? So pre-cut the toothpicks. All right, I'm gonna put number 2 back in. Number 1 is right here, so 2 toothpicks go through number 1. These gonna go through the full part. Alrighty. Number 5 over the top. And I was able to fix it pretty quickly. number 6, number 7, and now we break off the pieces, clean off the ends here, and then the part number 213, which is going to be probably 208. Let's see, yeah, so number 8, 208 rather than 213. And 21, board number 5. So we need 2 of those. We know that already. Let's see. I'm gonna use the first one. Put a little wax on there. 21 first. Let's see. I need to rotate to make sure you guys see it all the way down. And then part number 208. Then we go 209, 210, also on board number 4, 209 and 210 right here, number 9 and 10. Then another 21. Don't forget to wax it. Also on the top. Then we do part number 211. It's middle to the right of the center line. And then 212 is going to lock it up. So 211, make sure there's rotation, and then 212 to lock it up. Moving on to the page number 39 and part number 216, that's the second door, right in the middle of page 4 was right here. So that one's putting the door in, and then it locks up, and we're good to go. So both doors are operational, and we're done with step number 5. All right, let's move on to the step number 6. I need 2 toothpicks cut in halves. Okay, so we got the 4 toothpicks, and then board 5 top right corner, part number 222, and then these toothpicks go. So this is a fragile part. You might want to pre-cut it. Let's see, it goes in the 4 little holes, top right and top left, that are there. Next step 7, we need parts number 23 through 28. 223 through 228. So they're all on board number 4, I guess. Not, maybe. No. So the part number 223 is the top right corner of board number 5. 223 is right below it. 225 is going to be on top right, top left of the board number 5. 226 is going to be on a board number 4, bottom left. 227 all the way on the bottom there, second part from the left. And 228 is going to be right here on the right hand side, the only lonely part that is left there. So now we do part number 1 on the left side over these toothpicks, part number 2, and part number 3. And on the right hand side we do number 1 with the 2 holes top right corner, number 2, and number 3. Moving on to the page number 40. Let's see, we need part number 229, 2 of them. And they're going to be on board number 4, right at the center on the bottom here. So 2 of these parts. And then there's like a little slots on both of them. So there's like a tab and a slot, right? So the tab where it's closer to the bottom, that goes on the bottom, and the slot on the top should be facing inside. So let's see, and that tab goes over the opening on the bottom, goes over the part 3 here, so just like that on one side and same on the other side. And then we use part number 230, which is on board number 5, bottom left. That goes with the, let's see, with the opening. So you rotate that sub-assembly so it's facing you. And then 223 with that little hook's gonna go to the left hand side. That goes into the holes on the bottom here. Just like that. Slides in. So it's still not fully stable because we do need more parts on here. Break off the, careful, breaking off the toothpicks. I'm holding the parts and taking them off. All right, clean it up a little bit. Step number 4. We need parts number 231 through 246. And all of those should be on board number 4, bottom left. So 231, we start with the 231. And let's go find all of them first. 1, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, bottom, all of it bottom left. 238, 239. They all numbered, so it's easy to find. 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 45, and 46. So they all bottom left and bottom right of board number 4. We got nothing, no, we got one part 263 left, so I'm gonna keep it on the side for now. And let's see, we start with 1. So these all parts are numbered. And just make sure if they all facing one direction, then it's gonna be easy to find. So part number 4, we start off with that. And then let's see, it's gonna go rotated so the pins are sticking towards you, and that goes into, start with the bottom right hole. going to insert it in under the angle into that board, and then into part 229. Just like that. Then part number 5, and so on. 6. The all numbers are facing the same direction, so it's easy to distinguish between 6 and 9. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. Now 16, same thing, kind of pre-inserted into the middle part of 230 and then lock it into the 229. Then 17, 18, and 19. And then we do the same thing on the opposite side, step number 5 of page 40, and all those parts are going to be on board number 5. So let's see, we're doing 247 through 262, then 247 top left, here a little bit above the middle, 248 is top left all the way to the 249 is right next to it. 250 is the top left. 251 right next to it to the right. 252 on the right hand side of the center line. 253 is a little bit above the middle on the right here. 254 below it. And we're going down to 55, 256. 257, 258, 259, going to be on the top left, a little bit halfway between middle and the top. Then 260 back under 258, 261, and then 262. Alrighty. And same thing we're doing on the, as we did on the right, we're going to do on the left side, starting with number 4. Right here. So pre-insert it and squeeze it in. 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 19. No, 19 is all the way on the top. Let's see, part number 9. Which I'm missing. Let's see, 10, 11, 12, 13, 9 is right here. Found it. So here's a tip. Make sure you keep your parts close. 10, 11, 12, 13. It was just sitting sideways and I didn't see it. 14, 15. Then the 16, that's the part that goes into the slot there. 17, 18, and 19. Now we need a little rubber band at about 4mm size. Then we're done with step number 5. So take a rubber band. We need a 4mm, which is a very tiny little piece. Tiny little thing. So I guess as small as you can make it. Tiny, tiny. Part number 263, which was on board number 4. That's the last part that we haven't taken out yet. Bottom left. And now I can pitch the board so it's not on the way. Let's see. So with a hook, the little where the rubber band goes to the left hand side, we put the rubber band on there. So remember, rubber band stretch so you can squeeze it on. Then we need a little toothpick size 2. That toothpick, so 263 goes right here in a little slot on the back on the bottom there. So it goes through here. Push it in. The toothpick goes right into the hole and through that part 263. And then we pull on the rubber band and hook it up on a little hook here. That's step number 7. Just like that. So there's like a little tab that you can open up. And we're done with page number 40. Moving on to the page number 41. Need toothpick sizes 2. We need 4 of them. So kind of had a perfect. Just split it in half and you got size number 2, but I just got lucky. And that goes, let's see, from the front here into the 4 holes. And to part number 19s. And the grill goes over it. Radiator grill. 264, and that's on board number 5 on the bottom left here. And that goes over these toothpicks. Push it in, kind of slides in onto that long part right here. And then step number 3, part number 266 and 265. They are on the top left here of the board, so 265 is going to go on the right hand side in direction of movement of the truck. So it's my left, and 266 is on my right. And that goes pre-inserted into these guys. And then snap it in place. Adjust it where needed to, and then the other side, same thing. I'm gonna pre-insert it into these separate single pieces first, push it in, and then rotate it to get it locked in. Into places where it needs to go. Just like that. All right. Our next step 4, we need 3 toothpicks cut to about 3/4 of a size. And then let's see, that goes on the right hand side in direction of movement. We insert it into the 3 holes. They're flush with the inside. And then we do part number 267. It goes in first. That's going to be on board number 5. Let's see, 267. 267's right here, right in the middle. Then 4 parts, 268, and then 270. So let's do 267 first with the flat portion towards the front. Thought it's going to be harder. Flush it. Make sure the toothpicks are not sticking out. And then 268. So we're going to pull out 4 of them right away because they're all the same. And they're going to go over 1, 2, 3, 4. Push the toothpicks back out, and then 270s on the edge. go with it slanted towards the back here for the look. So that one's a little tighter fit. Once again, I'm pulling all the toothpicks out, and then we can pre-cut these. To take them off. All right, and we do the same thing on the other side, so I'm gonna reuse the same toothpicks. It might be a little bit too short. Yeah, so I don't think we need the 3/4 size, but let's see, half should be good. But I'll still recommend to do 3/4 because half is going to be a little bit cutting it too close. So I would do somewhere, well, 3/4 is probably like the best size to shoot for. That way you're not going to make a mistake. And we do the same thing on the other side. First one is 267. On the right here. Once again, flat portion facing towards the front. Uh, 268, 3 of them. 4. Apologize. And then I might as well just pull out 270 because it's different, so I'm not gonna get confused which one is which. All right. Break those off. And we're done with step number 6 on both sides. Next step is part number 271 on board number 5, and they're going to be on the bottom left here. So those go into the front grill facing down. Then step 8 is part number 273 in the middle here on left, and then 272 bottom, a little bit to the left of the center, with the 2 toothpicks size 2. We've got plenty of leftovers here that we can use. let's see. So it goes from the back. So we put toothpicks into the license plate, I guess, VM-03, and it's facing you. And then the front grill or bumper cover is gonna go right over the top of it. So the VM-03 is visible through that hole that is closer to you, one big opening. Just need to line up the holes. And we're done with page number 41. Page number 42, we insert that bumper cover on a car front here, and then push it down. Until it's flush, I guess, with the surface here. Yep. And then our hood goes over the top. And then 2 toothpick size 2. That's step number 3. We'll go through the holes here to hold the hood to get together. Or in one place, it's kind of like a hinge. Let's see, let me pull it off first. This one's not all the way in. We need to fit into these little tiny holes. Help with the tool so you don't hurt yourself. One side and then the other side. Just like that. In so it doesn't open. A little lever here on the back should open it up, and just like that, lock it down. All right, step number 4. Need one toothpick cut in half, and then part number 274. Board number 5, top right corner, with the little decoration towards the bottom. We insert the 2 toothpicks in a large hole here. And then we need parts from board number 6, number 2 and 3, 275 and 276. They're all the way on the top left here. So 275 goes on first, and then 276 goes on second. Next step, we need parts number 277. They're both on board number 5. And both of them are, one is in a little bit to the left of the center line in the middle, and one below the middle. All right, so these go with the two, like with a little step facing, let's see, number facing away from you. So the, this little step gonna face to the left, and we insert it into the bottommost hole. And same thing on the one on the left. Just like that. So the steps are facing to the left, and then we'll break out the toothpicks and clean off the surface. And we're done with that side. Step number 6 on page 42. Moving on to page number 43. Step number 1, we need parts number 78, 79, 80, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, and 283. They're all on board number 6, top left here. So 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82. And where would we find 83? Let's see, 283 is going to be on the bottom center here. All right, so we start with 3, which is right here. The next one is 4. So we just line them up and insert them into the corresponding holes. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 283. Next step is we need the toothpick size 3. And part number 284, which is also on board number 6, a little at the top here, top right. And here, with a little tap facing to the right, we insert the toothpick through it and line it up with a hole here, just like that. So it sticks out a little bit and it moving up and down. Next is 285 part. It's top left corner of board number 6, board number 10. So we need to put it over the toothpick and then insert it into the corresponding holes. Just like that. So make sure that's moving. And then we go 286 through 294. So they're all on the same board. 287, 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, 293, and 294 is the bottom center here. And and same sequence. So continue with 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18 and 19. And once again, we need the toothpick size 3. Another part 284. Same scenarios that we did in step number 2 and 3. So push the toothpick through. Then we need parts number 295. Make sure it's facing the right direction. 295 through 300. So 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, and 300. All right, so let's see, 1920. Same thing, inserted through the toothpick first, and then rotate it in. To get it into the slots. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. All right, now in 25 we need to insert Z3. All right, size 3 toothpick. I'm just using leftovers that I got. And we put this toothpicks in. Actually, not yet. Part number 301. Actually, probably good idea. So we put the toothpick into the 205 and then put part number 301 over the top. Put it in, page number 44. And then part number 302 goes over it. That's on board number 5. A little bit to the left of the middle here, middle of the center line. And with the outline design towards the outside, we put it over the holes, just like this. Step number 2, that goes on the top over the our wind-up mechanism. With these little tabs going into the holes. Let's see if I can. If you have it towards the top, you should be able to reach those and get them in. And then I'm going to use my tool to get it in all the way in, at least one side. And on the other side, all the way in. And that should cover the roof and wind up mechanism. So our truck is almost ready. Now the wheels. So let's see step number 3. So we got a little bit left. Step 3, we need 4 toothpicks cut in half. Let's see. And then parts number 306, 305, 304, and 303. So let's see, 2 times. Let's see. Looks like the 306, 307 looks like this. And all other parts and boards are 7 and 8. So 303, we need 2, so that's we start out at times 2. 304, it's on the bottom of the board number 7. Then 305 also on the bottom here. And then 306, 307. So I'm not sure which ones fell out. That's from I think that's a 303. No, that's not 303 that fell out. It looks like 306. They look the same. Let me see, the 307, the rotation looks the other direction. So let's see, one is the left and one is the right. So we need 306 and 307. So this is going to be one of the others, 306, 307. And then we'll take, oh, it's 306 and this is 307. So one of each. For the first set. Alrighty, so doesn't matter which one goes up first, which one's second. So we'll start with 303. We're gonna insert the toothpicks in here. It has a little dash thing, or number 1 on there. 1 and 2. Then 3, and then 4. Doesn't show that you need to cut it off, but cut off the toothpicks. We have one wheel, and then the second wheel. There is in part 303, there is a internal piece that didn't come out, so just make sure you take it out. And then we're doing the same thing. So it's 1 and 2, 3 and 4. So our 2 wheels are ready. In step 3, we're done. Moving on to the step number 4, we need 8 toothpicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we need to cut them about 3/4 of the length. So just cut off the sharp portion as soon as the toothpick, rather than measuring 3/4, as soon as the toothpick starts having uniform diameter or thickness. Just cut off that sharp point. Okay, and then we need, start off with the 303. We need four of them. So let's do 303. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll start off with the toothpicks. I'm just gonna go all the way. All of them will go in the. I don't think we have enough toothpicks. Because we need 16, not 8. Because we're times 4, and here it's only enough for 2. So I'll do 8 more. Pre-cut. So the directionality, it looks like it matters how you put the next part on. So just make sure. It is very possible, and looks like the 309, they should be in the same direction. So all of the marks on there, they should be on the same side. So let's just do that just in case. Make sure that we avoid any errors. So next one, we need part number 308, and they're on board number 8. So there's 2. They're right here in the center. So make sure part is falling out. Right in the middle here. So we need just 4 for now. And we put them right over the top of 303. Once again, I'm matching the markings. It doesn't look like it's gonna matter on this one, but it will matter. So, but you need to see the mark, so that will actually give you the identification that the mark is there. Next one is a 309, also on the same board number 8 on the bottom here. .309, so once again match the markings. And then we go with the 303 again, back on the board number 7. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I did lose a part. So another set of 303s. And then we need one more set of 303s. Which are, some of them are on board number 7, and then more on board number 8. It's the second, so 1, 2. So here on this one, I put the mark on the wrong side. So the mark should be here. Then 308s. Let's see, I only found 3, 4. Here's the 4th one. Gas tank, make sure you push it on the side, put it on the side. And let's see. All right, 308s, now 309s. There's on the bottom of board 8 here. And one on the top left corner right here. So once again, the numbers need to match, line up the marks just to make sure your inner piece, the little square or rectangular opening, lines up with the other part number 309 that is already in the middle there. Now we're finishing it off with the 306, 307. So we need 2 306s and 2 307s. Here it wouldn't matter. All right, and then we slice off the toothpicks. Just making sure it's nice and flush. Alright, so we got the four rear wheels done. Now, so L1, now let's see, so left counterclockwise direction of the wheel, So this is our L1. This is our R1, the clockwise direction. Then L2. Let's see, L2. R2, R2. And then we need 6 number 68. There's 4 of them on the bottom right of board number 8. Got 4. And then board number 7 on the bottom all the way on the right and left hand side. We got 2 more. So we start with that's going to be L1 side. So put the wheel on, front one first, and then you might want to dip a little bit into the wax, that little portion here, just to be on the safe side, to get it inserted, to lock the wheels in. And then same with the rear wheels. There we go, just make sure it's lined up. It looks like I might not need the wax on this case, so it comes in nice and easy. If it doesn't, just as I said, it's put a little bit of wax on there and it should come in a little bit, slide in a little bit easier. And then if it doesn't, just need to apply a little bit more pressure on there, but once again the wax should help it sit it in properly. And the last one. All right, so our truck is almost ready. We're done with the steps number 1, number 2 on page 45. So moving on to the next page, number 46. So we did that step number 1 already. Now step number 2 is parts number 311. Those are on board. Looks like they're on board number 2. And so yes, there's one a little bit below the middle on the right hand side. And then the second one is above the middle on the right hand side. So these 2 parts, they go into the 2 holes right here, right at the center and the back. And then we get a step number 3, we need a shovel, which is right here in the same board number 2, top right side. And then we're done with board number 2. And then a gas tank. That was on board number 8 inside one of the wheels. And we need pre-cut toothpick to size 2. I'm just using some leftover toothpicks here. And push the toothpicks through the gas tank. And there are 2 holes on the right hand side here. So just insert it there. And then the shovel comes into these number 311 pieces. Just press it in to set it where it's supposed to be. Moving on to the step number 4, need 2 toothpicks. cut them in halves. And let's see, doesn't show the size, but we can measure it out. So we need parts number 317 and 318. They're gonna be on board number 5. They're top right corner here. Careful pushing those out. And that board is almost empty. I'm gonna take out the 21s just in case if I need it. Those are spares, but I'm gonna pitch the board. And then the 317 on the bottom with the tabs to the right hand side, closer to you. Excuse me. Put the 4 toothpicks in here. And then we insert 318 with the little tab closer to you, right on the top. And then this goes to page number 47. And we insert it into the left hand side, right next to the, all right, so right into next to the door. So this is the ladder to climb in. As far as it can go. Flush. Now we have these little toothpicks sticking out. Then we can just put it on the side here and slice those off. It doesn't give us the measurement, so just clean it up afterwards so it looks nice and clean. You can separate it a little bit to hide the imperfections. Just like that on that side. And our connector fell out here. So these usually sit much tighter. You might want to pull on the wheels a little bit so it kind of locks it up if it's falling out for you. Next step is parts number 314, and also we need 5 toothpicks. So we take 3 to cut it in halves. And we need part number 314, which is on board number 7 in the top right corner. So here's 2 number 314s. Tabs facing, so little extension facing you, tabs facing to the right. Insert the toothpicks. They're gonna go on the other side. Same direction. Insert over, and we flip the truck on towards the other side, and with the little sharp pieces pointing up, we insert it into the 2 holes. That right here. So the toothpicks might be on the way. I'm cutting these off, cleaning it up a little bit. Wear glasses as they're shooting up. And then insert it all the way in, set it as a ladder, and then you can clean it up a little bit better. All right, done with step number 3. Step number 4, I need toothpick cut in half, just one. Parts number 219, one of them is on board number 8, top left here. No, that's 221. So 219s. Let's see, board number 7. So we need 4 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Part number 217 in the top right corner, and then 2 toothpicks. They're going through. We want to wax here a little bit, that part by the tab of 217. And let's see, so we insert toothpicks through 219s. One broke off, so I'm gonna use another one. Push it through all the way flush. Then second one, third, and a fourth. Slice off the toothpicks. Make sure they're nice and flush, and then put it over number 217. Let's see, does it say how far? Just, oh, up to the little mark. So 217's got a little mark in here. So insert it up until that mark. I did 219s. We're step number 5. We need 221, which was on board number 8 here, and we need 9 20s, 220s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're all on board number 8, and board number 7, 9, and part number 218, which is also top right corner here. And so that long extension without the bend, we want to put a little bit, apply a little bit of a sandpaper on your side, and you want to put a little bit of a wax to slide 220s a little easier. And now we just put all these 9 pieces onto here. 2, 3, 4. I'm going to try to line up all the connection points so it looks uniform. No, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 8, 9. And then 220, let's see, so this facing to the right towards you, 220 will face away. A little tab. Insert it all the way in. Moving on to the page number 48. And let's see, we put it, so the tab on here will face the same direction as the tab on 220. We'll snap these two together. It's going to be our pipe. And then we need to make another one facing the opposite direction. So we're doing the same thing. We need part number 217. And then let's see, 219s, 4 of them, and 2 toothpicks. 219s I have left on the board number 7, so between number 7 and number 8 you got all the 219s and 220 parts. You need 1 toothpick in half. Slice off. Nice and clean slice, and then insert the 217 up until the mark. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing with the 220s and 221. So 221 is on board number 8, the second one, and then we need 9 220s. 1, 4. All right, I'm missing one of the 220s. And so I got 8, and there's another one that fell out earlier in the assembly, so it was either on board number 7 right here in between, or 8, not sure, because I got the same piece missing on both of them. So there's a number 9 to 20. So make sure you don't throw anything out until you're done with the assembly. That way, if you accidentally pitch something in the garbage, you can always come back and find that part. Alrighty, so once again, little runs with the sandpaper, and then wax and then we put all the 220s on there. 9, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it says a mirror image, but then that wouldn't matter, would it? Because it's going to be just facing the other direction, but it's exactly the same thing. All right, and then these pipes go on the side of the cabin here. So we're going to start with one side. and we need to make sure it matches the holes. So just adjust them. To get into the side holes there. And let's see, push them in. Just like that. Just last one, part number 68. No, it didn't go too far. And put it back on. Now rotate it the opposite direction and the same thing. Insert the pipe into there. Make sure your lines up. Trying to get the alignment, so I'm gonna put this one in first. Push the parts in and slide it in, just like that. So we're done with that portion. Now our next step is number 4 on page 48. And we need part number 315. Both of them are in the top right corner of board number 7. And then 316, which are also somewhere like in the middle on the right and the left hand side of the same board. All right, so that board is done. And we need toothpick size 2. I'm just trying to find some pieces that are left here that I can use. And so 315 one, 316 with the rounded off piece facing the same thing as the sharp point. Just insert the 2 toothpicks. Into the 316. And then put that into 315. Line up the holes. And put them in. Make sure the toothpicks are flush on both sides. So that's one side, and the other side we're just going to do a mirror. or we can put the toothpicks in here first into part number 315, so it's either way. You want to insert it. Moving on to the page number 49. So this is gonna go, one's gonna go on the right side, the other one's on the left, so with the pointing thing towards the bottom. So, and make sure you can see that burnout pieces are towards you, the design ones. So these gonna go into the doors. You might want to open the door and hold it from the back to slide these in. One side and then the other. And then let's see, the step number 2, we need part number 319 and 320. Both of those are on board number 8. 320 is the top right corner. And 319 is a little above the middle on the left. So that board can go on the side, and we're done with it. So 320 is gonna go on the left side in the direction of movement into the hole right next to the hood here. And 319 goes on the opposite end. Alrighty, we're done with page number 49, and it's step 1 on page 50. I keep on losing the part number 68, so maybe I just put a little bit too wax on there, or it just slides in too easy. So I'm at a little point, later point, I'm just gonna put a little drop of glue there to make sure it stays. So the tolerance didn't work out in my favor in this case. So my step number 1, we need part number 310, which is on board number 6, right at the center here, a little bit to the right, bottom, and that goes like all the way at the end. Right here. And let's see, so the door's open. We're actually going into the operational mode now. All right. Okay, so we got the truck together. The last page is the instructions of how it's operating. So you got the doors open. There's like a little lever to open up the hood to see how the engine is operating. And then obviously the operation. So we need to push this one forward to lock it up. There's a little tab here or button here that you press down to open up the top cover or the roof, and then you wind it up. So it's 25 to 30 half revolutions, so we need about 12 to 15 full revolutions. And so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm gonna stop here. I feel some resistance. So let's see, you open up the door. There's a lever here inside, so you put it into drive, and then once you put it in drive, when you release the it's gonna go. So as you can see, it's operating. So it looks like there's a little bit of the sticking motion, so there got to be somewhere there is a burrs that we just need to play with it a little bit, and then eventually it will go away the more you play with it. So it's the same thing, just like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can also put it in neutral. You can put it in the reverse. So let's drop it into neutral. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then here you can open up the trunk, or not the trunk, the hood, and then release it, see the engine operation in neutral. So that's, and then one more try, put it back in drive. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So as you can see, I forgot to lock it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you can see the engine operating and the wheel is moving. So as I said, it just needs a little bit of playing back and forth until it's fully functioning. So this completes our assembly of the heavy boy truck. Once again, well, I got a part coming out. I'll probably just put a little bit of a glue to get it back in. That's a part number 68 that holds the wheel together. So we had that issue during the assembly, but just need to get it in there. Maybe a small drop of glue just to keep it in place, so it's not affecting any of the mechanical components. So it should be good to go. If there are any questions, just go ahead and leave them in the comment section, or send me email at info@ugears.us. Once again, if you need any part replacements, you can send us email. We will replace the part at no charge from Chicago warehouse if you purchase the model from us at www.ugears.us, or if you purchased it elsewhere, there's a small shipping fee of $3.50 that helps me cover the envelope and the shipping cost. That way you can get it expedited in about 3 to 5 business days, or we can still order the part at no charge from the manufacturer, which will take about 3 to 4 weeks for the delivery. So once again, info@ugears.us for part replacement. Any questions? This was Dimitri with UKids LLC, UGears US, and we'll see you guys next time.